His approach towards design is best encapsulated in the following words: don't make something unless it is both necessary and useful. But if it is both necessary and useful, ensure to make it beautiful. With these lines, I would request Aditya Singh Raju sir to please take over.
Thank you, Jagriti. Thank you for that introduction. And I also thank the Council of Architecture and more particularly Professor Sridhar for reaching out to me and making me part of this very unique program. I have personally attended many FDP programs in subjects related to design, pedagogies, and allied subjects. But I think this is the first of its kind that I have um, been part of related to architectural drawing, graphics, and presentation. A subject which is very close to my heart and a subject which I have been engaged with since my early career in JNFA in the Department of Architecture. So thanks to all of you for making part of this. I also I think it's more appropriate for me to greet all of you on this very special occasion of Independence Day and then begin my presentation. So all greetings to you on the occasion of the Independence Day. We should be celebrating Independence Day, but we are engaged in a very intellectual debate. So it's a very positive thing to begin with this year. Um, I have been teaching architectural drawing and graphics. First, let me share the screen and let's get started. So I've been teaching architectural drawing and graphics for quite some time. And I have my own concerns, the way the subject is being taught in our schools of architecture, the manner in which it has been compartmentalized or in a way, at least academically isolated from the design processes. The syllabi also, at least I can say it from the point of view of my university and the syllabus and the curriculum that is defined by it, wherein it appears to be so detached and dissociated with the processes of design. And it make me start thinking about the subject and what it should be accomplishing and how we can probably enrich it further in the coming years together as a collective, academic system. And when Professor Sridhar asked me to uh, think about a topic to speak on, instead of choosing the regular subjects that are dealing with um, this topic of architectural drawing and graphics like perspective and sciography, I thought maybe I should address to this very important, almost neglected aspect of the drawing, which is to deal with the narrative quality that drawings have. Architecture drawing is a foundation tool for all architects, and it is not just a technical representation, um, but it has a certain ability to deal with the narrative medium. It can tell stories about the past, about the present, and the future, and also the design of the built environment. So, in a way, this presentation delves into the transformative power of architectural drawing, exploring a little bit of history, some techniques which I'd like to introduce to help the students and teachers together, and its its very unique ability to communicate complex ideas. And by understanding the narrative potential of drawing, architects and the students of architecture can better communicate and convey their vision, making their designs more compelling and engaging. And so, therefore, I begin my presentation, and I'm hoping that this presentation will be seen very objectively because it is designed to be little more delightful to the eyes of the viewers in terms of the graphics. And the essence of the presentation is to explore the idea of using architectural drawing and graphics as a narrative tool. It is not meant to be a technical discussion, and I request the participants to view this presentation in the light of this background. I'm hoping that the screen is visible in full screen, as a full screen.
Yes, yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. We can begin with exploring what is architectural drawing, the role it has, the traditional role it has been fulfilling over many years. It is a communication tool, no doubt about it, uh, and it serves as a medium, to communicate ideas and designs. And if you look at the range of the drawings that are produced by architects in the present era and also in the past eras, you'll see that it's full of information, and it is a kind of a tool that helps us in 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 transforming a very intangible thought to a very tangible expression, which has great potential to manifest itself in the form of a physical space and a physical environment. The style and the descriptive quality of this tool is very evident. It is also used as a medium to communicate the technicalities of our discipline. Trying to speak about precision and proportions, and ensuring that these drawings can be helpful in realizing or guiding us in the various construction methods and practices. So here we can see certain extracts from the working drawing and details, how the extent to which we are able to communicate our intentions, the material knowledge, a sense of uh, the systems that we are employing in our building, and also the ability to understand the working mechanism of the building system, that can be very well articulated through the power of drawing. One of the most important uh, role that architectural drawings perform is to record the entire process of thinking, right from the scratch of the idea to the final execution, as a documentation method. Here you can see, especially this particular aspect of this subject is very well explored by competition entries, wherein the entire thought process is encapsulated in a very small, effective manner. The concepts and the development of the floor plans and the views, and in fact all the technical details that are following. So it is a very good tool for us to document and see and track how the idea has progressed from the very initial, uh, very vague idea to the final, the form that the architect wants to give. And in the process of developing various ideas and the medium that we explore, we also develop um, certain systems wherein the building that we have conceived is in a way expressed, in a diverse manner, employing various drawing systems, axonometric drawings, isometric drawings, perspectives. So in a way, they're all catering to the very different requirements to help us visualize the space. And architectural drawings are not just concerned with the building, but sometimes beyond the building and anchored around the building, surrounds, and the neighborhood, because they help us to integrate or establish the building in the context of the space and the neighborhood and the culture, and also the manner in which humans interact with each other within these spaces. So in a way, you can say that it offers a very holistic opportunity for us to see the building in a larger context. And here we can see some examples of how the building and its program is in a way established in the context of the site, and also how we can show human beings, the user, uh, the 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 main uh, users of the building, engage and interacting with the building in the context of the site. So it is it is now important for us to understand how architectural drawings are perceived by other architects, the so-called masters. And we have been following great masters like Le Corbusier here and Frank Lloyd Wright. We have seen their drawing capabilities and how they have communicated their ideas through drawings. Uh, all the great masters have used this medium to channelize their creative energies and communicate a certain vision and establish this vision in the minds of the stakeholders, the clients, the builders, the client, the contractors, maybe the entire neighborhood. I quote Le Corbusier in this context, and it's a very popular quote. I know many of us know about it. Uh, I the He says that I prefer drawing to talking. Drawing is faster and leaves less room for lies. And I think this speaks about the immediacy and the honesty that the drawings are used by great masters in this profession. Later on, we will see the works of Le Corbusier, the sketches of Le Corbusier, and see how he has used this medium to establish a certain theory for his practice, for his style of architecture. And then we also have another architect, Renzo Piano, and he says that when designing a building, you start from a general philosophy and you come down and you start from detail and come up. Only the theoretical architect believes that you can make the concept, and then sometime somebody will come to build it. What he's referring to is a certain duality that is often found in these drawings. It is not a linear process. Drawing is not a sequential process, not necessarily. It can be having a certain contrasting quality to itself, wherein you can start from a certain detail and evolve an entire concept around that detail. You can start from an initial vague idea and develop that idea to meet its logical end. And this is what is being, captured in these words of Renzo Piano. So here we see the the initial sketches of great architects, and we have known that these architects have used some of the sketches. Probably the participants would be able to recognize. I'm pretty sure you're able to recognize the sketch of Frank O'Gary and Le Corbusier and Zaha Hadid here, and of course Renzo Piano, and we have the Oscar Niemeyer sketch here, all trying to uh, present their vision. And they use these sketches in so many ways and trying to capture some details. Either they're trying to explore uh, a certain material that they want to use in the building, or a particular technology that they want to adopt in the construction of the building, or maybe they're trying to understand the cultural aspects and maybe a little bit of symbolism. Whatever it is, there's so much of emotion that is being captured in these drawings. Uh, Massimiliano Puxas, I think this is a sketch of his, the Zenith Strasbourg, which is a musical hall, and you can see so much of energy in this sketch. And if you compare this sketch with the actual building that he has finally built in Paris, you'll see a lot of similarity and a certain exactitude that is there between the initial sketch and the final product, including the colors that he has envisioned to be used in the building, the curvilinear form, and the dynamism that the building presents itself with receding floor or the receding the building envelope geometry. So I'm here showing a certain styles of architectural drawings that that have been compiled from various sources, and you will notice the diversity in their form, and also the style, and also the the content and the intention of the architect is revealed through this particular style. For example, we have this architect. I'll not get into the details of the architects, but you can understand the intentions of the 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 architect when they are drawing these or making these sketches, what they wanted to communicate. Here you can see the architect is trying to contrast between the simplicity of the form of the building and the lines and the directness of the space and the approach towards this building, in contrast with the rocky surroundings around the building. And here we see the entire depth of the building, the entire complexity of the building unfolding itself through this sectional perspectives. It's quite complicated to even to visualize the building as a big system, and to see how each part of the building uh, is 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 doing its small humble role in fulfilling its objectives and functions in the context of the bigger building envelope. We have the famous drawing of the falling waters, the Kaufman House of Frank Lloyd Wright, which has become an iconic view. And then we have Mies van der Rohe's sketches of a house that is designed, and we know that his his style of modernism, simplicity, minimalism is very well distilled in this particular sketch. Uh, it speaks about the tenets of modernism that he was trying to propagate during the early 20th century. An open plan and linearity of the spaces, and a lot of interviewing of these spaces, that's very well articulated in this particular sketch. And we have the Pompidou Center of Renzo Piano and Richard Rogers also trying to capture the form and the structural basis for the building, and how the circulation spaces were well thought of. In fact, the entire circulation space becomes the spine for the building, and that is quite well revealed in this particular sketch. Frank Lloyd Wright is known to be um, for his adopting the technology, and we all know about his involvement with developing software uh, to even visualize his form, the CATIA software, which he played a very important role in developing and adopting it to his architectural needs. And we can see this sketch showing the visualization potential of the software and the program, the computer program, and how it can be used to even conceive of a very complicated form that he has in his mind, and help us in um, in in a way capturing his deconstructivist style. Then we have this particular sketch, which is actually not a uh, built. It is not actually built. I mean, it is a very conceptual sketch that thought as the Italian designer who is known for his postmodernist style. It was more like a take on the prevalent attitudes of that era, and trying to mimic and trying to mock the established norms of building, the kind of color and the kind of vocabulary he has used. It kind of invokes a sense of fun and a little bit of ridicule through these sketches. So you can see that these architects have used the power of drawing, the graphics, uh, and in their own way, and to meet their own end. And we have to appreciate this richness and this diversity and the style with which they're communicating their ideas and the vision. So I'd like to address to certain historical um, reasoning and the developments. I think it will help us to understand the drawing and the subject. If we know a bit of our history, uh, we have studied through our Bannister Fletcher sketches a lot about history, and we owe a lot to Sir Bannister Fletcher for capturing and recording history through the sketches. But a lot of interesting revelations came when I started researching about this topic, to know that the kind of drawings that we are using now in the present form are not new, but have been followed since ancient times. For example, this particular picture that you see here on the left has all the ingredients of a modern day plan, if not the entire complexity, but in terms of its elements. You can see a certain boundary, a demarcation. You can see the wall thicknesses and the doors, the entrance of the building. In fact, you would also see a certain hatch pattern, which is so very familiar, in our classrooms, to use this continuous line and the dash line. It speaks about the kind of development and also the how the ancient wisdom was has percolated without knowing into our modern day drawing language. On the right, you see a papyrus, a drawing of an Egyptian doorway, and you can also notice that there's some kind of a construction gadget or a device that is being installed around it, trying to talk about a certain technology that they were probably employing to build this door. And this is so much very similar to our working drawings and details that we teach in our schools today. Another interesting visual, the earliest recognizable architecture plan, you could say, and you can see this floor plan with all the thickness and the articulations of the form, the shape and the geometry of the form are being shown, and clearly we can even describe this form architecturally, the fenestrations, the openings, whether they are there or not. This is a very interesting form, and this drawing is depicted on a stone tablet, and it's called the architect with a plan. Uh, the 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 person who is being depicted seems to be the architect of this building, and he's holding it in his lap, and he's kind of probably instructing to his craftsmen how to build it, or probably taking instruction from his ruler or from his king. So it's a very interesting story to think about how ancient people have lived through this particular medium of showing their ideas in drawing. We always think of this is that, for example, we ask this question: how the 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 pyramids were built. We don't have any drawings, and we have our own theories to imagine to kind of hook up by how the Egyptians built their pyramids. And we always felt that they didn't make any drawings. The artisans of the past never did any drawings. But this is uh, a kind of an eye opener that there were plans, there were drawings, just that they got lost in time. And sometimes when we discover these instances, then we are only amazed at the kind of professionalism that they had in those days. By the way they have, by the way they were demonstrating that expertise. Another interesting discovery, the Forma Orbis Romae, or the Severan marble plan. It consists of a lot of broken pieces of uh, marble on which were inscribed or or in a way carved out or indented with floor plans of a bigger space in Rome during the reign of Emperor Septimus Severus, and that's why it's called the Severan marble plan. Very interesting to note the precision with which these drawing plans were in a way embedded into the marble. They were not using sheets and paper like we know. They were using the marble plates, as we all know. And how did they even start drawing or developing these plans? And here you can see on the right the kind of portions that were left out on the marble, and how the scholars, the researchers have tried to construct the built form around these available pieces. And here you can see out of these chambers. In fact, I was surprised to see a little bit of deviation and abnormality in the way they depicted their faces. This kind of things which we normally see as drafting errors inside our classroom, where the student, and doesn't know how to use the set square and the t square, and very habitually makes this mistake. I found it very interesting and funny also how they were trying to record or establish the build form on marble tablets. And then we have the later part of the Roman era, where we know the works of Vitruvius and his book, The Architecture, are probably one of the first um, book that was written on the theory of architecture. It's kind of a treatise now, and what he said about and what kind of principles he laid out, Vitruvius. We know about the importance he has given to human proportion, and it seems to be more of a reflection of the societal norms and aspirations in those days. We know that the Greeks and the Romans were fascinated by the human form. The Greeks have given us democracy. Democracy comes from demo means people and the government of the people, and we have seen their culture. We've seen their uh, temples. They're all based on the human proportion and the mathematics of the geometry of the human form, and that seems to be reflected in their draw. That seems to be, in a way, explained thoroughly through their drawings in these kind of treatises. A lot of importance given to symmetry, because symmetry is perfect, and just like human form is perfect, a creation of God, so is the creation of human beings should also be perfect. So that was the kind of message that they seem to be giving out. And then we have the early Christian era and the Middle Ages. That's when the Christian faith started propagating, and a lot of structures came around, studied it. The early Christian pilgrimages became popular, and mostly the structures were all around religious worship, and therefore their drawings also had to deal with these very ecclesiastical structures and cathedrals. The drawing here you see on the right is the earlier version of St. Peter's Basilica, which was of course later on replaced by the modern St. Peter's Basilica. But you can see uh, the kind of importance that they're given not to the the plan form, but it was seen as a form of art, and we see the same aesthetic disposition in their in the interiors of these cathedrals, and the development of stained glass and the vaulted roofs and the geometry and the intricacy of these geometrical, structural members. They're all finally they seem to be talking about the general the ecosystem that prevailed in those days, stressing more on aesthetics and the artistic expression. So some more examples of how floor plans that were available from the Middle Ages. And here you can see that this is a floor plan of Abbey of St. Gall in Switzerland around 830 Christian era. And we can just be amazed at the complexity with which this floor plan was developed. It looks like as if they were so very particular about where everything should be, and also a lot of scope and potential for the building in terms of its program and how the what functions they're meant to serve. And then we have the Renaissance period, a very interesting period in the history. Quite a lot of development happened, and Renaissance is all about rebirth and revival. And we've seen a lot of Renaissance artists and architects developing very unique, novel, indigenous techniques, not only in the area of art but also in the field of architecture. One particular development was this invention of the linear perspective, which presented artists and architects, because in those days there was all one common unified subject: art and architecture, engineering and science, poetry, philosophy. Everything was very, very well integrated. So we can see how architects used the linear perspective techniques to document buildings, to even visualize these buildings and communicate these buildings. But one very interesting thing again is that they're all used for artistic expression. You don't have the quality of an architectural drawing in during the Renaissance, because art was prevalent and quite prolific in those days. Everything had to have a certain artistic flavor to it, and this gave a lot of scope for a lot of intellectualization of this of architecture. And then these are some examples of how art came to be uh, depicted as a very prominent and a dominant theme. Uh, Quite interesting document of Andrea Palladio, one of the Renaissance architects. And in this document, we see his work of trying to document the baths of the Trajan in Rome. during the 1570s. So documentation was a very important part of the Renaissance artists and architects, because remember, they were always trying to recreate a certain past during from the classical period to the present times. So it was almost like trying to explore what was happening in these places and how we can emulate these kind of spaces, how we can be inspired by these spaces and recreate these spaces, in fuller glory. This seems to be the prevalent themes of many of these architects. They're studying classical architecture and documenting them in their own way. Industrial Revolution, a very different epoch. Uh, Emphasis given to machines, a lot of material technology developed, and that changed the way in which the drawings were also presented. On the right, you see the sketch of Joseph Paxton when he designed the Crystal Palace on a small piece of paper, sitting in a railway station and sending it by telegram to the mentor, to the patrons. A very interesting sketch trying to capture the structure, the form, the space, the proportion. And on other part of the presentation, we can see the importance given to mechanisms and how each part of the building uh, was functioning like a small machine. And this was a fascination that was there in during the Industrial Revolution. Probably from Industrial Revolution era, we can see a marked departure from the traditional form of drawing, which only included drawing the plan and at the most maybe an elevation or a section. But here we have drawings trying to talk about the detail of a certain, element and the working mechanisms. Very quite interesting sketches we can see here, how machines were part of the human existence and how they were also, an important element in the building itself. We now explore um, the function of architectural drawing and see how we can learn to make good use of architectural drawing in our communication. I think there are four important functions we can identify with architectural drawing, what their purposes stand for. One is recording, then we have exploration, architectural drawing as a means to communicate ideas, and finally as an expression. And we can see it all happening and uh, uh, taken up by these architects. Architectural drawing as a means to record. Now we cannot diminish the role of recording and observing and seeing in our profession. In fact, the students of architecture in the first year are very well addressed with this particular skill of to start discovering, to start observing the world around them, the environment around them, even draw the buildings and the spaces as they see them. And in the process, they are expected to improve their observation, because observation means seeing with your mind engaged. So seeing and thinking is observation. So, and when you're recording these buildings, there is something that you're trying to engage with, trying to capture the essence of the space and think about that space and have some sort of a continued interaction with that environment. And here you can see some drawings where the artist, the architect, seems to capture, seems to be bothered, seems to be engaged with the space, not just as what it appears, but trying to probe more and trying to establish or reinforce whatever he or she is seeing. A quite artistic depiction, but then full of intention, trying to notice things and trying to differentiate the various elements of the space and giving emphasis to few and ignoring few others. And in other drawings, we can see how the artist is trying to capture the role of light and the darkness and how they affect our build form and our perception of the build form. And we have architects, many architects and many artists trying to draw classic buildings, the Pantheon of Rome. The later part of the presentation, I wish to talk about the case study of Pantheon and see what kind of stories it can tell us. So they were trying to capture the essence of the building, and each person was trying to record or observe a very different aspect of the building from their own eyes. This is from uh, a sketch that is found, which is referred to as the Goldsmith scrapbook, which contains a lot of sketches from the ancient sketches of ancient architecture. And in that scrapbook, which is called the Goldsmith scrapbook, we find at least 10 or 15 pages dedicated to Pantheon. And we'll talk about that. I thought I'll share that here to show how architects and students of architecture and people who are involved with architecture were using this power of observation and recording to capture the essence of the space. And the style of presentation could be very different. Digital techniques and computer techniques and drawing styles can all be different, but essentially they are trying to um, be engaged and constantly have a conversation with the architectural space. Next is exploration. Architectural drawing is used as a tool to explore design decisions. Again, uh, during the process of thinking about architecture, thinking about design, we are constantly engaged with, in a creative way, trying to find solutions and alternatives to the solutions, trying to reason with our own ideas and our own thoughts. So exploration is taking shape, and here we can see various exploratory drawings that the the architect is trying to be engaged with. Here on the left, we can see the kind of openings that were explored and the possibility of using different solutions and later on evaluate which is the best for the given purpose. And then here, uh, studies in nature and studies of nature and discovering some design principles of nature and adapting these principles in your architectural design. I think it's a very successful model that is employed in the schools of architecture, and it gives us an opportunity to learn from nature and the solutions that nature has already adopted, and we can merely copy the solution and adopt it and reap the benefits. And sketches on the right also are talking about these spatial explorations, and sometimes it is to deal with climatological studies and scenarios that we kind of simulate, especially the sun path diagrams and how the shadows are created and how to establish, um, the the overall structural grid onto the building. The next function of the architectural drawing is communication. I think this is very well established already. Architecture, the drawing is always seen as a tool for communicating. It is kind of a dialogue between the architect and the building that he or she is designing. And this dialogue is not only for himself or herself, but also with all the stakeholders of the project, because in the process of designing, they have to communicate their intentions and the vision, not just to the client, but also to the artisans and the craftsmen, the masons and building contractors, and many times to the society and the political entities. So I think the architects have to evolve their own style and their own medium to communicate the various decisions they have taken and they should take and communicate these intentions to all these stakeholders. The last one is the expression, and by far all the functions that we have discussed earlier are all kind of very logical and quite expected, but the function of expression is often undermined, at least in our school of architecture, and not much is done to encourage the artistic, the expressive quality of the drawings and how students can benefit, and how the studio experiences can benefit by encouraging the students to be a little more expressive about their ideas. Drawing is appropriated as a tool in architectural practice to reveal something outside the drawing. So here we are not just talking about our ideas translated in the form of some graphics, but I think we are responding beyond the immediate graphic that appears, trying to add a layer of meaning. A little bit of color can sometimes communicate that additional quality that you want. And then here you can see the work of Zaha Hadid in her very first project, The Peak, way back in 1986. She has participated in a competition which she won. And I think her career path took on a very different turn since then. And we can see, we know Zaha Hadid known for her paintings also, not just her drawing and her architectural vocabulary, but we can see the kind of depiction style, her inspiration from Russian suprematism, the style that she has so far, I mean, so much engaged with, and we can see that being depicted here. This was more like a kind of a clubhouse that was developed on the hilly side of a mountain peak, and and we are noticing her approach towards how to integrate that project into the canvas of the mountain. So on the left, we see, I think, I forget the name, but an Italian designer. I think it is Aldo Rossi, I'm not sure. But he tried to compare this product he has designed with that of an architectural edifice, almost trying to liken the volume, the geometry of the product with the volume and the geometry of a bigger building of much larger scale, and equating both of them on the same level. I think these are all small gestures that architects always are known to, trying to uh, reveal a certain aspect of their drawing, uh, and then let their drawing take over and then communicate more intentions and draw more parallels just beyond the lines and the shapes that the drawings are revealing. Now we come to a very important part of the whole discussion, which is to start talking about the narrative quality of architectural drawings. Storytelling is so very part of our daily lives, and and stories surround all of us. I mean, on our daily lives, and we are kind of inspired by stories. We are inspired by the narrative content of these stories. So, and architectural storytelling also, in a way, manifests in many forms, and they refer to sometimes the culture, sometimes they refer to the specific materials, the shape, the design, sometimes the design techniques, the textures, whatnot. And stories in architecture can be called as narratives, and they concern the way the building is visualized, the way the building is designed, the way the purpose of the building is established. And if you look at the building as a story, it has events, it has ideas, it has archetypes, and it has a certain message and maybe even a moral. And I think architects known that the architectural drawing can be used to communicate that story element of the building. Uh, we will look at some of the narratives that were established and well constructed by famous architects. And the most famous one is that of the falling water. In fact, the Kaufman House, as it is also called as, the very fact that it is called the falling water is talking something about the story element that is there in this project. Why should a building be called uh, as a falling water based on the context in which it is situated, or the kind of a graphic image that is being communicated? Why is it not named after the client as it is usually styled in other projects? That itself talks about the narrative quality of the architect. If you compare the floor plans, if you look at the floor plans of the project, I mean, you will not be able to appreciate this story element, the falling water and the context. We all know the story of the project and the inspiration behind this. But if you look at the perspective drawing, which contrasts the 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 elements of the drawing very differently, it gives us a lot of hope that a built form is not just about walls, it is not just about windows, it is not just about trying to show sections and heights, but it is trying to anchor the building and the message that the building should deliver and should be contextualized. And this is an example where the artist, I think it was Hove, one of the architect Hove, Robert Hove, if I can remember correctly, who was working, who was an associate of Frank Lloyd Wright. He prepared this very iconic perspective drawing that fascinated a lot of other architects. And if you notice also, Frank Lloyd Wright is known for his very unique ism, which is called the organic architecture, wherein he was trying to emphasize how human beings can coexist with nature, humankind should coexist with nature, how buildings should be part of the natural landscape and not stand out from it, the emphasis on horizontality. None of this is actually so very well captured as much as in this view, um, as in the documents that you see on the left, which are just mere architectural drawings. So this is the narrative power of a drawing, and we see in later sketches of Le Corbusier, uh, he also his sketches um, when he was commissioned. We've known Le Corbusier to be traveling a lot, and he made a lot of these sketches of the rural India and the elements of the rural habitat uh, of India. A woman carrying water pots on their head, the bull animals on the street, and the expansive spaces, the volumes of spaces that were there because he was coming from a very different uh, place, uh, and he saw a lot of potential for exploiting the space, and that's what we can see in his buildings also. The very iconic, very novel way of using symbolism, in his drawings, and how remarkably they were actually translated into built form in the periods to come. These are all talking about the narrative quality. Symbolism is very, very important in architectural drawing, and we have to, in a way, glorify or can adopt some symbolism in our drawing. Another interesting sketch is the one in the center. You see, of course, the other sketches are also Le Corbusier, wherein he was trying to, in a way, propagate his theories. We all know his very famous 5 points in architecture that he kind of followed very ardently in all his buildings, and he propagated it. Of course, the other one is the modular, the human proportions, and all those things. But in this particular sketch, which is in 1926, we can see a kind of a contradiction, a kind of duality, if I can say, wherein he was trying to promote the rigidity of the floor plan by incorporating the pilates, the pillar, in a grid-like manner. But then he was not sticking to it. He was trying to beat around it, mold his ways, the walls and the envelope all around it, using the pilates, the pillars as references. Just like trying to escape the rigidity, escape the limitations that these pillars presented. So we can see a lot of these kind of ideation, we can see a lot of these kind of intellectual debate and intellectual, you know, reasoning, or I cannot call it reasoning, but it is a kind of a struggle and a kind of internal dialogue that architects have when he's trying to use drawing and sketching and trying to reason with his own ideas. The one on the right is the Notre Dame du Hot Roncham Chapel, and his sketch in 1950, and very remarkable way in which this sketch is literally converted, translated into plan forms. And this is the kind of clarity or vision that the great masters had. I'm not sure whether their offices produce drawings for these kind of plan forms. Like in many of our projects, we many times don't prepare all the drawings. We sometimes scribble some sketches and hand it over to our the builders, and they kind of get and build them. So the kind of clarity that one has about the planned form and the final form, it's amazing. So here we can see the sketch of, I think it is Renzo piano, the Shard in London, and the the meaning that he tried to capture in it, and he saw the beauty of the river and the railways and the way their energy blended, and began to sketch in green felt pen on a napkin what he saw as a giant sail or an iceberg. These are the words of the client, um, uh, who has actually kept the sketches as a token, as a memento. But here we can see the, 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 the thought patterns, the richness of ideas, and the clarity of the vision that he has for that space. A lot of, uh, again, you know, contextualization that is happening, the similarities between the flowing river and the flowing railway track, and how the horizontality of these two entities in the bigger landscape can be kind of complemented with a vertical building, a skyscraper. I think we have to study these buildings further to really understand the purpose and the intention of the architect. Then we have the example of Cesar Pelli and his Pacific Design Center. We can see on the left the sketch that he made, and and uh, and then the final build form, right? So there is a, a, a kind of a nexus, the kind of matching that is happening between the sketch and the and the final build form. I'm very surprised and actually delighted to see the kind of uh, purpose with which he used colors, and the reason why he used certain colors for the certain blocks of the building, and and also the proportions of the sketch and the proportions of the building. There's so much of this matching, the kind of bridging that is ensured in the process. We are seeing some more examples of Renzo Piano and his sketches of the Kansai International Airport. The doodles, we can call them doodles, but for the architect it is externalization of thought, the impulse that actually he's carrying with, and the rigor of his thought that is captured by the very brisk, you know, sketches he has made. The Zentrum Falkli, basically it's the artist, German artist Falkli and his museum, and how a very flowy, quick line finally got translated into a build form, which looks very much similar. In fact, in one of the articles I read, the concept behind this is a kind of drive uh, in a car that took him to the site, which is very undulating and going up and down the meadows, and he seemed to be carrying that memory of going up and down the hills as he reached the site, and he wanted the building to continue with that motion. A quite very fascinating concept, and that is also captured very well in his very minimal line expression. So this is what I was talking about. Sometimes architects are fascinated by a certain detail or a certain experience that they want to give, and the building drawing revolves around it. It looks like the architect Renzo Piano here is struggling with how to capture light for his museum, how to amplify the lighting, how to focus the lighting scheme in both these cases, and we are very fascinated and in fact awed by the manner in which his sketches, his very rough sketches, again took shape and manifested themselves as architectural elements. I'm reminded of this old ad that used to come in television. I think it was by the Kohler company, wherein we see two clients, a couple who approach an architect, and they seem to be, entering the building of the architect's office, and then they meet the architect, and they present this Kohler faucet in front of him, and ask the architect if he can design a house around that faucet. And that kind of it's very stuck in my mind how a single detail can become a basis for an architectural ideation and also the development of the entire building form and an entire program. These are the sketches of Franco Gehry. Uh, I think I don't have to talk too much about it, but um, I think the quote uh, which he gave is kind of worth remembering. I'm always scared that I'm not going to know what to do, and I do my best work when I don't know anything about it. In all the sketches, we can see that little exploratory quality of the architect. In art, we call these as gesture drawings, wherein the artist is trying to continuously uh, trace the contour of the human body, the human anatomy, or the subject of his painting, continuously trying to trace over the contour in one continuous line, not breaking, not lifting it off the paper. I think the same style that we can see in Franco Gehry's sketches also, wherein he was trying to find a form or some kind of an expression that eventually satisfies him, and then he converts that into a build form that he's famous for. They've all become landmarks now. Then we have the Zaha Hadid. Now, Zaha Hadid sketches are quite contrasting. In fact, if you look at Zaha Hadid's sketches, you don't see any similarity of her sketches to the final build form. And that itself is remarkable. But when you ask the architect about the processes, you'll be surprised. In fact, when you start analyzing her sketches, you will notice that the architect was not necessarily involved in form making, but somewhere trying to contextualize the building, or maybe trying to understand the structure, or sometimes the human circulation. We don't know what the architect was thinking about when she was sketching, and I mean, this makes these sketches even more valuable when they're non-descript. In a way, they're not explaining directly, but then they're in a way explaining a lot many things and leaving the audience with so many interpretations. I hope I'm on track, and I'm hoping that I'm following the timeline.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, thank you. I thought I'd use this next part of the slide to present a very classic case of how um, architectural drawing has evolved from mere construction plans to storytelling tools, like I've been emphasizing all the while. When you look at Pantheon, the Roman Pantheon, it has its own history, and many of us really don't know. We see it as a very beautiful, very rugged building from outside with a lot of flashy interiors. There's so much of thought went into the building of Pantheon. We all know that the Pantheon was reconstructed. First, it was built by, I think, the commander Agrippa. I'm not very sure of the history part, and I'm trying to recollect from my memory of my history lesson. And then it got rebuilt. And the most fascinating thing about the Pantheon is that it was representing the Roman cosmos. Pantheon means pan and theos. Pan means all, and theos means God. So Pantheon was kind of a place which was the residence of all the gods, we can say. So much of, uh, in a way, so much of history to it. And I thought we can use the case of Pantheon to see how artists and architects in the past have told stories and woven stories around it. One of a very interesting one of the very interesting revelation is a series of sketches. I was talking about the Goldsmith scrapbook, which was found and which is displayed in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It had sketches from ancient structures, of which considerable portion was dedicated to Pantheon in the Rome. And we will see a lot of interesting um, sketching styles and detailing that were captured through these sketches. In fact, uh, many of these researchers and scholars were able to identify a lot of portions of Pantheon that got lost in history, portions of the structure that were not there anymore. And through these sketches, they were able to understand what happened in those portions. And a lot of credit is given to this scrapbook, which was apparently done by a group of architects or maybe students of architecture who were probably on their travel tour, and they recorded a lot of interesting observations in and around Pantheon. You can see some structures which are not there anymore, but they're recorded here. The plans and the details of the capital ornamentation, and the relationship between one building element and the other element, the very uh, you know in a way mysterious pediment. The Pantheon used double pediment, as it is called. It has two pediments. So they were trying to show a lot of stories behind this. So this is one very interesting aspect of Pantheon, a story that was told by the people in the past, and it reveals a lot about what the building, you know, um, stood for. And then we have other drawings available to us that were probably talking about some construction style methods that were employed, or probably machines and gadgets that were used in making up these build spaces. And we have here a very interesting composition of Pantheon, not just the plan form, but the entire building and the composition itself is very well laid out. And we have drawings of Pantheon that depict both the exterior form and the interior spaces juxtaposed with each other. A very popular style of presenting a building now. But I think if you probably give credit to this artist, the author of this drawing, I think it speaks a lot about the kind of interaction, or not interaction, but the kind of composition similarities that exist between the exterior surfaces and the interior surface. This is the double pediment I was talking about, which has its own reason. And axonometric drawings also. And one very interesting thing about axonometric drawing is that they present the space in a very novel way, which the human eye is not so used to. I mean, while you are inside the Pantheon, looking at the coffered ceiling, you can appreciate the composition and the magnitude of the volume of space. But how can I show it in its entirety? I think axonometric views can come to our assistance, and we have to encourage more of axonometric views, not just perspective views, but axonometric views. And axonometric views also uh, can speak about the the precision with which the build form was made, the kind of plan form also is revealed, in this particular sketch. Then cutaway sections. I think cutaway sections also is a very interesting way to tell a story, trying to talk about the exterior of the building and also revealing a portion of the interiors, like revealing a little bit of surprise and suspense that you can see here also in this drawing, done by various artists and architects during various times. Uh, and the construction methods that probably were employed, the rendering. These are all giving us opportunities to delve into a building form, and understand the building, uh, not just as some kind of a singular experience, but a diverse experiences. Some interesting drawings that tell a different story altogether about the proportions, about the geometry and the beauty of the geometry, the volume of the sphere, and the volume of the dome, and how they're all so very well matched, and the geometry, the precision of the square, and how they are superimposed into the plan form. There's so much of interrelationship and interlinking that is happening within these geometrical, plan forms. Like I said, the eye, the oculus of Pantheon is, I think, probably the most fascinating thing. And people see it just as an opening and maybe as a kind of a dramatic way of letting in light. But there are a lot of researchers who have understood the meaning and implication of that temple. In fact, if you notice, most of the Roman temples were having in the east-west axis, but the Pantheon was built with north-facing entrance, and there's a lot of astronomical reasons for this. They were trying to capture the light and the patterns of the light that that can be captured through the oculus here. Here we can see the 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 manner in which the entire sphere of the dome represents the globe and the various divisions of the globe, the Arctic Circle, the tropics, and the equator. Some analysis is done through this drawing, and also how the light that is entering into the building through the oculus, the opening in the eye in the sky. They were following a certain astronomical patterns, and that's quite interesting to see how the light falls on different parts of the building in a very precise manner during different times of the year, matching with the equinoxes and the solstices, the autumn solstices and the spring solstices, and of course the equinoxes. So a lot of calculation, a lot of storytelling happening here. And then there is another analysis wherein people have started compare. People compared the the Pantheon with the Stonehenge. You know that the Stonehenge is one of the oldest structure that is built, and there are a lot of similarities between the layout of the Stonehenge, which is basically again is a kind of an observatory trying to mark the rising sun and the equinox positions uh, to help the ancient people determine the calendar, and that is what seemed to be also be followed here in the Pantheon when they're trying to again compare and contrast between the layout of the the Stonehenge and the layout of the Pantheon. Now, storytelling can not just happen to the building, but also to the part of the building, um, and and the manner in which the cultural elements and symbolic elements are integrated into the building itself tell a lot of stories, and a lot of untold stories come to light when we read books on history. And one particular interesting revelation is the manner in which the cornices were designed to emulate or represent the human form. There's some kind of a comparison between the parts of the forehead and the proportions of the cornices, and uh, how the ancient people, in a way, saw some symbolic value in the manner in which the buildings would be presented. We know about the antithesis of the column. If you remember, we teach them in the architectural drawing and graphics studios the antithesis of a column, which is all about trying to present the proportions of the column, uh, keeping in mind the human perspective and the optical illusion that it is associated with a big slender proportion. Similarly, we see that traits also in the design of the cornices. These cornices might appear like some kind of an ornamentation, but they have a lot of story to tell about how the ancient people wanted uh, to present the building as a face, with having a persona of its own kind, and each cornice had its own, in a way, in a way, had its own profile, had its own character. Yeah, these are the famous sketches of Blondel, a French artist, trying to show how the cornice of the classic buildings were were kind of designed on the lines of human form. Sorry.
Aditya sir,
Yes, sir.
is the presentation ending?
Yes, sir. I will conclude in 5 minutes.
In concluding,
Running out of time. Yes, sir.
yeah, please try to
So
conclude.
let me run through all these things. Maybe trying to talk about other important things.
Yeah.
I think the visuals are quite self-explanatory.
Yeah.
The importance of metaphor. We have the Calatrava sketches talking about metaphor and its role, the turning torso, and of course the Milwaukee Art Museum, how we got inspired by the bird in flight. These are all examples of how we can use the medium of drawing to express um, our ideas and, of course, storytelling in the process. So I will quickly introduce you to certain techniques in which we can show um, these tell stories through storyboards. And storyboards are very popular in another art domain, which is films and film craft. And architecture also should learn from this craft of trying to tell stories. We have understood that stories are very important medium for communicating our ideas and vision. So why not we use storytelling concepts and storyboards to present our ideas, and why don't we use architectural drawing to techniques to capture the story element. So one is clear conceptualization. You should articulate the key ideas and the themes and the narrative that guide the project. Here you can see how the basis of a building form is starting from a very simple idea, the theme of a rock outcrop, and how it can be connected to the final build form. They're all examples of how all ideas for a building project start with simple ideas and how we can present them in our storyboard. The yin yang is now converted into this. So, and then sketches also incorporate hand-drawn sketches and diagrams to convey the initial idea. Sketches can be quick and expressive. Here we can see a very quick sketch um, converted into some kind of built form, the eco roof texture, the green tech and the roof. So here the architect is trying to show, take advantage of the various inclinations of the form and and take advantage of it in trying to develop a green space. I mean, to say ecologically sensitive space. Then diagrams, I think speaker in the first session talking about diagramming, they used diagramming in their colleges. I think we should not neglect this in our schools. We should encourage the students to, use a lot of these diagrams, whether manual or even digital techniques. And diagrams are very different from drawings. Drawings are more precise and informative. Diagrams capture the essence of an idea. So we have to keep our diagrams very simple. Wherever possible, we have to use visual hierarchy. And when we talk about visual hierarchy, it is all about navigation. How to move, how to organize the ideas in a sequential manner, in a hierarchical manner. Here we can see the visual hierarchy happening, in the sketches of again the sketches of Stephen Hall architects, how each element was having its specific role and how the hierarchy was established. Hierarchy can also be done in a vertical manner. Exploded axonometric views help us greatly. And then site becomes very important for us, and the context of the site and how the building is integrated to the site context. It's very well articulated in these sketches. The building in the context of a bigger neighborhood, and the user experience mapping. And I think one cannot ignore the importance of the role of user in the building to tell a story. How is the user interacting with the spaces? How, let's say, a particular behavior or a mannerism of the user is helping us to design our buildings or our spaces. So here we can see user experience being depicted. I'm running through the slides fast and trying to show the visuals more to give you an idea of what is being communicated. I think this is one area or a dimension of architectural drawings wherein we capture atmosphere, the materials sometimes. Lighting is a very important element in architectural design. And how do we capture the mood, the seriousness, or sometimes the emotion that the architect wants to communicate, the spaces that they design. And rendering can help us greatly in this. Sequential sketches, presenting the build form, presenting the solutions in a sequential manner is one very effective way. Um, how the build form is evolving over a period of time and finally reaching its final, solution. And I think we have the digital techniques available to us, and we can use animation
Sir,
more
Aditya sir,
effectively. Yes, sir.
Aditya
Shall I
sir,
conclude?
shall we let us conclude?
Sure.
Because
Sure.
there will not be much time for questions and answers.
Sure.
Please, yeah.
Sure. All right. I'd like to conclude. While the audience is thinking about the questions or engaging in a dialogue, let me run through the slides to give them some material to think about. Hybrid drawings. I'm open for a dialogue. I don't think I'm ready to answer any questions, honestly speaking.
Yes,
These were supposed to be more kind of a self-discovery or exploratory in nature. They're not
Yeah.
like coming out of a lot of experimentation. I would wish to experiment with all these techniques in my studios, in my college. But yes, I'm open for any kind of a suggestion or a comment and ideas.
Yeah, Jagruti,
Yes, sir.
are there any questions come in the box? Any questions by participants?
Yeah. Do we have any questions? I think we are concluding the session by sir.
By participants, any queries and questions opening to discussions? Just see.
Thank you so much, sir, for your lecture. I
Yes.
think undoubtedly we have learned the teaching methodologies for graphics, starting from the you depicting the historical examples and starting from the Indian places of worship and then to the modern architecture. For example, discussing the work of Zaha Hadid, etc. So I think we now know the quiet of storytelling also we have learned. But whenever we talk about Greek architecture, it has always amazed us. For example, use of lime and concrete, the height of the column and its proportion with the entablature. It's always in the golden ratio, but we have never known that we can also connect it with the face of a human being. Never, we have never thought of this idea. So I think it was a very interesting presentation by you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
What?
If we have any questions, we can take in next 5 minutes and then we can start another session.
You have any questions? Wait, Jagruti, huh? Well, let's coordinate as we'll ask any questions. The participants don't have any questions. The participants don't have, let's ask. No?
I'm glad there are no questions. I'm hoping there are a lot of thoughts and material for the teachers to take it back to their studios. Like me, I've done a lot of myself have studied a lot and researched a lot for this presentation.
Yeah.
Trying to give a certain dimension to it, and I have got a lot of learning lessons from this particular presentation. I'm willing to share this presentation to all the participants and have a meaningful dialogue in the sessions to come.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, please type in your question in the chat box. I may read out from here.
1 minute.
Sir,
I think
what do
audible,
you
ma'am.
think? What do you think? How much time we should give in the conceptualization of the sketches and before starting the detailed drawings, the precise drawings? What do you think? Because I can see, yes, really sketches do create a lot of dialogues and the clarity, what the idea we need to communicate. So can you just throw some light on it, sir?
I have my own personal opinions about how important sketches are, and the ideation sketches are, and the exploratory sketches are. There is a very popular proverb that I often quote in my drawing classes, which goes like, no, if you have 9 hours to chop a tree, you spend 7 hours sharpening the blade of the axe. That speaks about how much amount of work that we need to do before the actual work starts. So I would always advocate that the creator, the architect, the student, especially in the classrooms, should spend a lot of time in thinking and externalize the thoughts in the form of sketches to communicate them, and then using all the functions and the purposes to express them, to kind of document them. There's so many ways in which we can understand the intentions of the architect through the sketches. So I would always favor that if your sketches and if your drawings, the initial thoughts are all very well captured on paper, then the rest of the thing is mere executing certain drafting standards and using instruments. Of course, we have a lot of these digital techniques now which can speeden up the process of preparing the final document. But somewhere we have learned in our presentation today that great architects, masters, are known to ensure that their final product has a lot of similarity with those initial sketches. So if your initial sketches are well done, and the conceptual sketches are very well done, I think one litmus test is that the final work also should have a lot of similarity. So you should spend a lot of time in the ideation and the initial development of an idea.
Yes, very.
So thank you, sir. I got
Thank you
your
very much.
answer. But like here, I would like to emphasize that by seeing your presentation, I think manual sketching really is playing a lot of role rather to just sitting on the system. So I think we should.
I do. I think there's a lot of debate that happens. Yesterday, Professor Pillai was talking about a lot about his opinions about the role of technology. I, in fact, if you see my concluding slide, I was talking about the same thing. Uh, yes, we have to make use of technology. But the problem with technology I've seen, especially the students of architecture in our colleges, is that uh, um, they somehow rush to the final solution. And all the while, I've been trying to emphasize the importance of thinking, reasoning, and the maturity of an idea, the maturing of an idea that can happen only when you draw and use manual methods. When there's a lot of this eye, hand, and brain coordination. What happens if you rush through a very seductive final renderings? A lot of problems get unresolved. The client also is very happy, you got the solution the next day itself. But then when the building starts getting built, and a lot of development happens, you will realize that a lot of problems were unresolved. This cannot happen if you indulge yourself in manual sketching and see that all the problems that you have undertaken, the spatial problems have been resolved. I think we have to stress a lot on manual rendering, manual sketching, and CAD is just a tool. Augmented reality also is a kind of a tool, nothing to replace the human mind and the human hand.
Lot of thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. I guess I will conclude now again. If there are
Sure,
no more
sir.
questions. Thank you very much, Professor Sridhar. Again, once again, thank you a lot for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to Council of Architecture. And thanks to all the participants for not asking any tricky questions.
Sir, 1 minute.
Thank you.
Himalayo,
Thank you, Aditya,
has
sir.
some- Sir,
Thank you, sir.
1 minute.
Sir, I
Yeah.
want to. Sir, I
Yeah,
want to
ma'am.
ask a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Aditya sir, it is a very nice presentation. It's a very detailed presentation, and the compilation of the work which is done by the masters, it is, it's a remarkable things which we can see in the one platform. Sir, I wanted to ask one question that these things which you have explained, that exploration, communication, expression through story books and everything, but how students are taking this thing when they are exploring their ideas onto the paper. Because I have seen that students are facing problem of expression on their ideas on paper. They are more comfortable nowadays. They are more comfortable on the digital medium to express their idea. So this kind of hand exploration they are not doing. So how you are taking as a mentor, how the students are working in the same direction? Can you please light on that?
It is a very universal problem, it appears to me, and all my interactions with peer group like you yourself, and when I visit other colleges in our city, I have the same complaint. But I am also having in a way disappointed with the way in which the students are responding to our expectations in terms of the quality of drawings and the employment of digital tools and techniques. In a way, they are using a mouse and a click to take their design decisions rather than a sheet and a pencil. I have been struggling myself to encourage the students to, in a way, distance themselves from the digital tools. I don't think I'm successful enough to motivate them to, in a way, uh, you know, develop their own manual skills, sketching abilities. Though our curriculum, in a way, is very compartmentalized and regimental and very time bound. There's so much to be done in that sense. I liked yesterday's presentation of Professor Vishal, wherein I was talking about his experiences in the foundation class. I think I would like to favor that format of interacting with the students, especially in initial stages, where you have a whole year and you are not treating it as a unit. The topics to be taught and the lessons to be taught are not seen as units to finish it off, but rather as a holistic experience. So you have a whole year, and you can always integrate the drawing and the sketching and the graphics part into the design. That format, I think, is to be seen as a very useful one. Is in what is my opinion. But yes, to answer your question again, I myself am disappointed with the manner in which the students are receiving all these things. I don't think they're sensitive enough to understand the importance of drawing and sketching, and then they're so very the kind of finding shortcuts and time-saving techniques, and that is the reason why they're adopting to digital tools and techniques. If you tell them that there is a merit in spending time on a design problem, and the more you are engaged with the problem, the more you prolong this initial you know uh, uh, stages, the more it is for you to get some final clarity, and the more satisfied you are with the solution.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya sir. Very,
Thank
very
you, sir. Good
wonderful,
day.
wonderful presentation, and very interesting drawings you have presented. Historical drawings and wide range of drawings with a lot of historical values and earlier presentation, and very interesting. And there is so much to learn and absorb by our young teachers. Thank you, Aditya sir. Very welcome. Yeah. Jagriti.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, would you introduce or would you introduce
Yes.
the next person? Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Do we have Supriya ma'am with us?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So for the session number 4 of day 2, we have Supriya ma'am, Supriya Vyas ma'am with us. So the theme of this session is enhancing students' conceptual and schematic design presentation ability by Supriya Vyas ma'am. Dr. Supriya Vyas is an senior assistant professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, Manad Bhopal. She has completed her BArch, Masters in Urban Development and Planning, and PhD from Manad Bhopal. She holds 23 years of experience. Dr. Vyas have total 42 research papers published, starting from national to international publications with good indexed publications. Ma'am is also a member of following organization. First, COA, Council of Architecture, ITPI, Institute of Town Planners, IUT, Institute of Urban Transport, and IIA as a fellow member, Indian Institute of Architects. Ma'am has also guided 2 PhDs, which are completed, and 3 are undergoing under her expertise. I would request ma'am to please take over, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Jagriti. Just sharing. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are able to see.
You are not audible, ma'am.
Okay, no, I'm just putting it on full screen. I'm audible. I was just adjusting it. Yeah. Yes, fine. So I begin with the presentation. I hope I'm audible now, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I
Okay,
think
fine.
It's clear now. You are audible.
Fine.
Yes.
Thank you. So, as my topic says, we are going to talk on enhancing students' conceptual and schematic design presentation abilities. So, as we have talked yesterday also and today also, that design matters a lot to the students. It's the most important subject for the architecture students. So, one needs to express it in a proper manner so that whatever is in the mind of the student, whatever concept is in his mind, he or she should be able to present it well on paper or in the form of a drawing. So this is what we are going to teach today. Okay, how you should teach your students that their conceptual and schematic design presentation abilities are enhanced. So the outline of my presentation we begin with what is a concept, what is a conceptual design, the significance of a strong architectural presentation, our role being mentors, the role of professors in enhancing their skills. And skills to be taught to students could be the research skills, presentation, communication, etc. Some examples I'd like to show how concept evolved. Certain design sheets made by the students of NIT, followed by conclusions. So now, as we can see, concept is normally a drawing. People are really confused. Even sometimes the faculty, the students, they just don't know. We ask them to begin with a design and we ask them to begin with a concept. They are just very much confused. Okay, what is a concept? How we are going to make it? And it, as we discussed in our previous presentation, it is actually a time-consuming activity and takes a long to formulate a concept. So concepts are very important and they provide a direction or approach to design. So you can actually say that it is a backbone of the design. So they are normally conceptual drawings are expected to be in the sketch form and often they are supposed to be freehand and they are made by students or teachers or interior designers, architects, and they are normally a quick and simple way of initial ideas expression. So this I'm just trying to show how one should concept is being worked out through scribbling on butter paper or on the sketchbooks. Although as we talk that higher classes have gone over to the digital skills only. They don't want to scribble and work. But the initial years, maybe the first and second years are compulsorily where we make at the NIT Bhopal, make our students work on manual means rather than going for digital. So concept, as I told, it is an idea or a notion and it is an early phase of your design process. So it needs so many things to be studied. We need to study the user's experiences. We need certain processes. We need certain strategies to be studied. We need certain interactions. A lot of things being involved before we formulate any concept. So here, as I told, there are some freehand sketches to start any architectural design. And it is maybe something we begin our drawing with. So sketches are very important, and we should always begin through freehand sketches. So conceptual design is something which you are able to scribble very quick and show to your, maybe if a student is asked to draw or sketch up a concept. So you should be able to make it very fast in order to, and should be expressive enough so that the faculty or professor is showing to should be able to see that concept in the form of drawing and understand. So it is very important for a successful design process, and no project could start without it. So it is a very important thing which we just can't skip. So as I told, the students are actually confused how you should design. It's a very big challenge for them to work upon the concept. So we being their mentors or the tutors, it becomes our responsibility to clarify their doubts. So basically, if we talk about any architectural design process, so there are 5 stages in the architectural design process mainly. That is the pre-design part, then it is followed by the schematic design, followed by design development, then there are constructions. So this is how you proceed for their drawings, and then they are standing on your site. So the first 3 stages we are mainly going to talk about, because we are going to discuss about the conceptual skills. So now, significance of why we need a strong architectural presentation. So the significance of architectural presentation mainly is because we want to communicate the story of our design, right? So it is our ideology which is being reflected in our design, and we need to interpret it. So a well-structured presentations can help our students maybe follow our ideas better, understand our concepts better, or maybe vice versa. If the student is showing their design, so their presentation would be helping us understand things better. So in order to, you can say, explain your designs and projects in a better manner, there should be creative representation techniques. And other than the representation techniques, there should be a correct choice of words also, because few words they need to be there along with your graphics in order to explain your design. So the quality of drawings could be anything, could be simple or it could be complex or anything, but a strong presentation is a must. So now, being faculty or the teachers, as you all are teachers into some institute or the other, so what is our role in enhancing their conceptual and presentation design abilities? So mainly we are playing a very important role. If we want their presentations to be well organized or engaging or captivating, then our lecture should also be the same. So similarly, and secondly, our rule would be that we provide clear expectations regarding the format, content, or delivery. So what we expect from the students had to be made clear to them. Sometimes what happens, some teachers are not making themselves very clear as to what is expected from them. So they are literally confused and they are not able to move further. So it's very important that we give clear instructions to them. Thirdly, you can say that we have to teach them that their role is not simply to create the content, or create the drawings, but also the skill of effective speaking has to be inculcated into them. So we have to work hard. We have to motivate them. We have to give them opportunities to speak in the form of juries or discussions, so that they are more confident and they are able to deliver their presentations in an effective manner. So other way could be we can show as many examples we can to them of good presentations or concepts. We can also show them their sheets of some senior, some good work, or some other institute, so that they come to know, they get an idea that how a good presentation could be like. So we would now come to the most powerful skills like a student should be taught by us so that their creativity is enhanced. So firstly, I would like to talk about the research skills. As we all know, architecture is a very creative field. So research skills are a must. It is not that we are just drawing something, we are sketching good. The students are drawing beautiful drawings with a very good scale and proportion. So they are good architects. No, and we all know that it is art of understanding people. We should make them have a proper research aptitude, which is very important in architecture. Say, for example, I say if I ask my students to design maybe a residence, a small 2 or 3 BHK residence, so they should have what research has to be done on that. They can't straight away proceed to the design. They need to know how many members would be residing in the house, what are their occupations, what are their timings when they get up, when they move to the office, or if it's a housewife, or if they are grandparents. So many things which some hobbies if they have in particular. So all these things they need to take care of. So this research aptitude has to be inculcated in the students. So before starting the design, they should study a lot. So this art of extracting information is also very important and is a skill which we need to teach them before they proceed to designing any drawing or concept. So now next would be the design thinking skills, or after that research work is done, then what they have assembled, why they have collected that data, and how they put it in the form of maybe create some concept through using that is very important. So the design thinking skills, a good understanding of the design process is required for them to know so that they are able to create a proper design idea. So always designing for the users. We are what other architects are doing. We are not designing for us. We are designing for somebody or the other. So we have to analyze the tiniest detail. We have to think. We have to ask questions. We have to collect so much of literature, so much of data, certain statistics we need to study. So it is something there's a brainstorming which we must keep our students do so that they are able to evolve certain good ideas and put them in the form of good designs. So we have to think, keep on thinking, we have to adapt, we have to analyze the tangibility or intangibility of every space, and we have to teach our students the same. Now, after the research skill or the design thinking process, what makes another important difference is their presentation skills. So now how they are going to present their skills, because now they have their concept in their mind. So putting it on the paper is a challenge to them because presentation matters a lot. So how it has to be presented, again, we have to teach them what we can show to them, the maximum exposure we can give to them. And plus, the more they practice, the more their presentation improves. So it is up to the students' hard work also, and plus it's our motivation and our exposure we are giving to them that they are able to present their drawings well. So this is something we must teach them. We should show them good examples. So they must learn that how they should express themselves. So how to present their ideas and thoughts as an architect. Because later on in their professional life, this is the thing they are going to do. Ultimately, they are going to design. Ultimately, they have to be expressive. If the client is there they want to show some design to the client, they should be able to make it, show the concept very fast and quick in the form of fast drawings, which are understandable to our client also. So we have to kind of prepare our students for their future as they are going to be the professionals or maybe if academicians also. So they need to be efficient with the presentation skills. So Actually, presentation skills, as I told, they need constant, consistent practice, they need confidence, and we need to get the students develop such kind of skills. A presentation, we can say, should be have some uniform language of expression, so as to connect with the students or the audience. So it could be coherent. There should be uniformity in our presentation, and uniformity maybe could be in the form of text or color or design or font, and so many things should be taken care of so that it looks coherent and uniform. So this is just one example of maybe a sheet made by a fourth year student on a case study. Say, for example, this is a managed sheet only. If the teacher has asked them to constrain themselves just on one sheet, and they want maybe the sites, some information of the site, some information of the case study to be put on one sheet. So what a student has done here, maybe they drew the site, the dimensions he tried to put, because limitations we are always giving to our students. So they are just showing the surroundings around the site. They are trying to, in the sheet, the student has tried to show the existing vegetation on the site. So a form of presentation is maybe with the help of arrows, and the student has tried to compose the sheet and zoom out certain surroundings so that the site becomes more clear. The student has maybe the focus on the north point, or maybe where the wind is flowing from what is the wind direction going to be. If there's a lake, maybe you can see here is a lake. So how the building should be oriented, the student has tried to show through visuals or graphics. Okay, this would be the best orientation with respect to the scenic beauty or with respect to the wind direction and all. So, or maybe the students, they just designed how would be the vehicular flow. If they are going to maybe place too big the blocks, they could be a residential building, it could be a information technology park, it could be anything. So this composition, it is very important, and they should know how and where they have to put, what graphics they have to use. Again, as I told, the uniformity should be there, maybe in the form of background or the font you are using or the colors you are using, and ultimately how you are composing your sheet. So that makes a difference. And so we being teaching to, maybe it is, since I'm talking about concept and presentation drawing, I'm focusing more on the students who are in the first year or the second year. So since the beginning, they have to be taught so many things by us, so that their base is very strong, and they come up with really, we are very confident that our students start coming up with good works in their later on years. So now one another important aid, visual aid is, as I said, very important. Visual aid could be anything. They can be drawing, could be some photograph, could be diagram, could be some plans or views, three-dimensional views, or some renders, or maybe some videos, which we can be using. And they are going to captivate the attention of the students, because the more visuals you use, your lecture becomes more interesting and more understandable. So they have to be taught that they have to proceed with the maximum use of the visual aids. So like here we can see a small sketch which is drawn over here. Maybe a student is being shown how you can evolve a drawing. So probably the student begins with a three-dimensional rectangular block, obviously in the sketch form, not on the digital tool. Then probably they think, why not give a cutout in the center? Why not create a garden or a courtyard kind of thing in the center? Then the gradual idea comes, maybe I can give a porch over here, or my entry could be from the back. Then maybe I can cut out, I give a cutout from here so that there could be more light and ventilation provided to maximum users inside. So this is how the things come to the mind once you start scribbling on the paper and try to depict things visually. So now look at this evolution of design. In the final output, maybe it was thought, why not I keep my blocks apart? Why not I keep them at a more distance? If the site is permitting me, if the site is big enough, so this is going to maybe help me with more light and ventilation. And maybe I create an interactive space in between. Or maybe later on, if I'm scribbling, I feel, okay, why not increase the height at a particular point? Some block needs to be more given more stories. Some block could be maybe staggered. And somewhere maybe we can give some terrace garden. So this is how thoughts keep on coming to your mind when you are scribbling and you are evolving in a proper step-by-step manner. So we have to teach them this, because ultimately they just begin with their drawing and they just start designing things. So this process, this thought process, they have to be exposed through that. Yes, this is the sequence in which we want you all to design. I hope I'm not very fast and I'm understandable to all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is another example we can just show to our students. This is where a design is being evolved. Maybe this is a very long block. So if somebody is scribbling or trying to create some design or interesting building, maybe when they are drawing, they feel, okay, why not, if it is monotonous, give some cuts into it, and like additive and subtractive forms we are all aware of. So certain things were taken out in the form of some cubes or cuboids, and a new interesting form started to be evolved. So this is how maybe a student should be shown or given as many ideas or exposure through drawings. Maybe these arrows are helping us to show that yes, we have cut out a block from here. Arrow is of the red color, so it is highlighting what we are doing, and ultimately what we have tried to show here. This is a kind of another evolution of design. We can show certain examples. We can show like there are different ways in which the building has been tried to staggered. Certain additive and subtractive forms we are able to derive the same building, but we are just pushing things here and there, and in the form of sketches or maybe in the form of model. We are trying to visualize things, and it is going to help us in concluding that yes, what finally should be our output, which is going to be functional as well as aesthetically good to look at. So this is how things are going to help us if we scribble, if we try to draw the concept in a proper manner. This is another example. Maybe they started with a block, probably 3 zones were required. So these arrows are helping us show that we shifted the center part towards this way. So we arrived at this drawing. Then we are trying to maybe show probably I assume if maybe the wind direction was coming from in the figure 4, we can see from this way. So probably they try to make it as the lowest height, then they gradually increase the height, they stagger the block, they increase the height further to make the maximum advantage of light or wind direction and all. So such type of things should be coming to their mind instantly when they are drawing things, because we have to teach them in such a way that they become creative and thereby productive with their drawings. This is another some scribbling type. Maybe somebody began with the concept. They thought maybe we take 3 blocks. Why should we connect them, or should we try to break them into different blocks? Or maybe then they arrive at the conclusion, this is the last drawing, that let us make a first floor on the top of this and try to connect these blocks which are apart, yet they are connected in some creative manner to give a good look to your building. So this is how thoughts evolve and they keep on changing, and then we ultimately arrive at some conclusion. So as talked in our previous lectures also by different experts, that actually concept takes a lot of time. And once your concept is free, then it doesn't take very long to go over to your drawings, because once you're clear how you're orienting, what would be the probable form, what would be the probable orientation. So all the what activities you are going to place in that particular block. So if all those things are made clear to you in the conceptual form only, then your presentation would be later on fast, and you would be making drawings which won't be consuming a lot of time. Here also, I just tried to accumulate as many ideas as I could, because I want the more and more students, or I want you being faculty to give as much exposure to your students so that they can arrive at very thoughtful ideas, giving a lot of thinking over the designs, and then ultimately producing something which is a masterpiece. So maybe this we are seeing 3 type of blocks are here. Probably the person began with this concept in mind that 3 blocks have to be there, maybe 3 institutional buildings are there, or 3 departments are there. Then probably the site, the shape of the site is influencing the placement of the block. They placed it as per the shape of the site, because we know that the shape of the site plays a important role in arranging our blocks. Then probably they feel, okay, why not keep an interactive space in the center of the 3 buildings? Why can't we keep them interactive? So probably in the 4th figure, we are just moving them further apart, and we are creating a common interactive space in between. So this is how a design, then maybe the person gets a thought, okay, why to keep these blocks also very compact? Why not we create certain inside spaces which could be further interactive, or maybe they are going to help in the light and ventilation of the occupants of the building. So this is how thoughts keep on coming to one's mind once you start drawing things on your butter paper or sketchbooks. So here finally we can see lastly the zones have been made with a common big interactive space, with every block having their own space at the center, with a proper light ventilation to all the blocks. So proper zoning of the site has finally taken place, but it took so many efforts to the students to come to this conclusion. So these steps are actually very important. So what normally our students do, if we ask them maybe to design the initially stage, maybe ek chota sa, we ask them to make a kiosk, or we ask them to make a small canteen. So what they simply start with a door, and they just enter, and then they draw the some interior, because first year we have to be very patient with, because they take time after coming from the school. They need to be given the or taught the step-by-step process as to how you should proceed into the design. Because when I'm teaching first year students of my BR course, what they do, if I'm asking them to design a residence, they will straight away make a door leading to the drawing room. Then they will give a lot of circulation space inside, which is a wastage. They are not going to think, because they are new, they don't have that ability. They are not going to think, yes. So the case studies also, they are sometimes not able to understand. There have to be porch outside. Then there has to be maybe a veranda from the porch leading to the veranda, where one can get up in the morning. They can sit out. They can just over a newspaper. They can have a cup of tea outside in the veranda. So these things, they don't come to the mind of a beginner or a first year level student. So we have to work very hard on them. If so many students are like that only, if you are making them do research also, they are collecting literature also, and they are doing case studies, still they create a lot of blunders and errors. So we have to be very patient, and we have to be guiding them very well. So now after the presentation skills, now another important task is to teach them good communication skills. Because there are ideas in our minds, we have tried to present them beautifully in the form of drawings or concept on a sheet. But then what if you are not able to speak or communicate well? So all your ideas would be in your mind only, and you won't be able to communicate to the viewers around you. So a student should be given, or like normally in our institutes, mostly it is tried, particularly with respect to design subject, that they are facing juries throughout the semester over whatever stage of work they are taught. So a lot of discussions we keep on doing with them. We should actually do. They are doing a lot of readings. So how we can enhance their communication skills, which could be verbal or which could be non-verbal in the form of maybe body language or eye contact. So many things are very important. So this is also an aspect we just can't ignore when we are teaching them to how to enhance their skills. Now, the effective communication techniques, again, are through practice. They are coming through practice. So even if a student is clever, she should have the ability to speak out well. We should tell our students also to practice and rehearse also, because once they don't practice, they have done everything. And if they are stammering in their presentations, then it makes no point. So they should rehearse very well, maybe in front of mirror, maybe in front of whosoever is with their friends or parents when they are trying to communicate their concept or design to them. So this is going to help with their flow, their confidence, with the timings also, because sometimes they are given just 10 minutes to speak and then they are not able to conclude in the time given. So this is also becomes a negative point for that. So these all things we need to teach them. Again, they sometimes speak in such a low volume, you are not able to hear them. So they should be, the lecture should be captivating. They should speak loudly. They should speak clearly, and they should maintain eye contact with the faculty or their classmates. They should use maybe proper body language. Sometimes there are certain words like student is using again and again. So the same word is maybe a negative point. So you have to see that you use a good vocabulary and you are speaking things well. Plus, in communication, we talked about visual aids also. We talked about discussions, juries. But again, with the sheets, writing is also very important. So the art of writing, what exactly you have to write on the sheet, we need to know ki, on priority is what is most important which needs to be written on the sheet, what is something they can remove from the sheet and they have to speak out that thing. So all that has to be conveyed to them so that in their future classes they are efficient with all these things. So again, this is something which I heard the experts talking about in the lectures also. So the presentation modes could be freehand drawings. It could be with the digital softwares also. But preferably it should be something without softwares. If they are able to draw quickly, that's a very big asset. And if we are going to successfully teach them and they learn the same, it is going to be a blessing for them also. So other modes could be the physical model making. So that should has to be very neatly done. Sometimes they do very shabby work, particularly in the beginning stages. So they have to be taught how you have to make your model, which is neat, which is obviously scaled, and what materials they can use in their models so that the output comes out good. Photography is something they can use as a presentation mode. Now, what thing inside your maybe a building you want to highlight upon. So what angle they should click their photograph from. What should be the direction of light. So all these things, they are actually quite efficient with this aspect. And at least photography is something by the coming of mobiles and using so many they are clicking so many things daily. This is something they are good at already. So again, the 2D softwares, AutoCADs and etc. they have to learn. But then again, they learn at the later stages. Before that, they have to be exposed to manual skills only. Then later on, certain complicated softwares which are going to help them with their design, which are going to save the time. Could be all these, we all are familiar with the SketchUp, the Revit, Rhinos, right? Certain rendering softwares we are familiar with. So Photoshop and all. So all these things they are learning, but they have to be taught at a later stage. So ultimately, what happens is we conclude for this that if you cannot design and if you don't know how your building is going together, if you're not communicating yourself well, so there is no point even if you have designed a good building. So we have to ensure that they learn this technique well, because both things have to go hand in hand. Good communication, good presentation, a good building design, which is functional, which is aesthetically pleasing, all have to go hand in hand in order to make their project successful. So this is one sheet where we have tried to show the students like how a concept could be evolved, maybe taking some inspiration from nature. Here I can see a leaf pattern which they have to try to incorporate. Maybe from the top we can see. Then probably thinking comes, okay, where would the core be? So then they decide as to maybe the center could be taken as a core where a staircase or lift could be there placed, or maybe there could be atrium at the center. So how would our building be like? Probably let me sketch out some balconies around it. So all these things are examples which they need to be shown so that they really think out of box and bring up with productive design ideas. Again, if a student is good, very creative, with the efforts of the professors, if we are motivating them to explore, to search ideas, so this is how we can show them certain forms also, or maybe they can also in the later years, they can scribble and work out very creative forms. We can see over here, so that their ideas are actually very appealing. So they can break the rigidity of straight lines by going over to curved patterns. Maybe they can break this horizontalness by just going over vertically. So maybe, so these are different ideas which they need to see themselves also, and we also need to help them out. Other than the exterior sketching, interior ideas also, maybe probably you want to show, okay, yes, this is the design. You want to show the client that I'm going to put such designer chairs inside. The legs of the chairs would be maybe like this. On the dining hall, probably a very big pendant lighting is going to come up. Probably on the platform, 3 small lights are going to come up. So these sketches are helping us understand things better, and if they are produced quickly, so all the better. Again, this is also a sketch made, freehand sketch, maybe some attractive design of table we can see. We can see as biophilic architecture, we know it is in trend. So you can see how greenery is all incorporated inside. So this sketch is showing you how visually you are going to connect with nature outside. So this huge window. So this is how we are going to, through our sketches, trying to show the ideas in our minds. Then again, these days we want walkthroughs if they are able to make it in the later years, obviously. So they are also beneficial or a good means of presentation, which are going to make their design more understandable to us. So these days, 3D printing models are also coming into trend. They are little costly, but actually they are coming in trend. So sometimes what happens is they begin maybe in first year or second year or till third semester, they are doing things manually. Then they come and explore tools. They are maybe in the learning stage. So they make their sheets. Sometimes they go over to hybrid presentation also, where they can actually use hand-drawn images, or they can use digital both on a single sheet. So this is how they can explore tools. We can help them out with their drawings. This is another example of a sheet again made by my college student. The person has tried to show the concept. So maybe serendipity is the concept. Then what the meaning they try to highlight. Then the student has encircled it. Then through the arrow try to explain things. Look at the colors, the subtle colors which have been used inside, which are creating some interest in the sheet, but not losing the highlight or the content we need to highlight upon. So maybe they are this graphics, the conceptual graphics the student is using. This is a person. These are the how they can be connected to nature. This is an example of a stepped terrace, how a stepped terrace can be used maybe in a building top. Probably then this is how the evolution of concept has taken place. The two blocks which were small, then they have been staggered a bit. Then probably it was thought why not to give them stepped in the step form. Then probably in the later stage the person thought ki why not connect them at a level. So connecting floors were also provided. Probably later this it was thought given ki yes, after connection why not stagger them further or keep them in such a way that they take the maximum advantage of light and ventilation. So this is how we need to tell them how to compose your drawings. We need to show them certain good works so that they learn. Now, one more important thing which we need to focus upon is because I am taking whenever I take the design, particularly the initial stage, we see the importance of line weight is not clear to them. We keep on telling them the importance of line weight. We must tell them actually that a line weight, it signifies the lightness or heaviness within a drawing, right? So it should be communicated clearly to them. Through examples, it should be shown to them that why line weight has to be given importance. So while dealing with drawings in the maybe plan also line weight is important, in elevation also line weight is important. So it is important with in views also. If there's a building in front and there are trees behind, so we should focus, the building has to be darkened. The trees which are behind have to be drawn with a little lighter intensity. So they have to be taught, and in the beginning we are facing lot of problem because they don't understand the importance of this line weight. So these are certain things which I, in my experience of teaching, found lacking into the students, and they certain such type of things need to be focused upon. So again, this is a bad example. I have brought certain, this is my first year student is drawn, and this is a building with no line weight taken care of, all things of the same intensity. The clouds behind are drawn so dark, the building so dark, everything of the same line weight. So this is something which we should tell them not to do. This is another example of our student only at NIT Bhopal. So this is an example of drawing where line weight the student has tried to ensure that the sectional lines are darker. The furniture is made with a little lighter intensity. So the pavement blocks outside, they are made lighter. So all these things, they actually make a difference. They make the building stand out. Yes, this is the actually boundary of the plot or the boundary wall, and this is our actually design of our building. So the line weight, they must be taught, and its importance they need to be focused upon. So here also they were asked to take different shapes, and instead of going for conventional rectangular forms, they were asked to break that convention and maybe the form of curves or chamfering certain things. And they need to be taught that negative spaces are to be avoided, because so many times so many negative spaces come out. So how they have to play with the shapes, how they have to use proper line weights, how they have to avoid negative spaces, how they have to make the occupants comfortable, how they have to ensure that circulation areas are not too many, when land is precious, they need to be taught that we can't afford to waste lot of space on circulation. So all these things are we need to focus upon the beginners or the first year students. This is the same residence. The student has made this drawing, the elevation they have tried to make. So if being a first year student, it is a good example. They have tried to show certain textures. They have tried to draw something creative rather than leaving a very plain facade. The curved tower has been shown in glass. It may be some 3D cutting work or certain textures, use of curved surfaces. So bringing out certain creativity in their designs, making them think differently because we need them to create beautiful buildings. This the section they have made. This is the view. Probably they thought of making it from two angles. The view has been made and they try to show it as maybe A side, then they chose B side. So it is their efforts and which we have to make them do. And some of them actually follow them very religiously and come out with good things. Some of them, unfortunately, are not able to do in their beginning years, but later on they are. Gradually they learn. So this was a model they made. So this is this different photograph from different angles. So the same texture they tried to show is probably depicted in the model. So it is a good effort. And the more they do, the more good they become, the more they practice, the more good the output is going to be. So this is also the same model clicked from different angles. I think hardly 10 minutes or so remain for my lecture. So I'll be following the time schedule. So being a first year students, these things are actually encouraging if they are producing such things. This is again a work of a first semester student where the interior view has been tried to show. So the student just probably chose probably a paper wallpaper which would they tried to make a combo of paintings inside. They made a scaled bed, proper sofa chairs in the room. They tried to show curtains, the texture of the door, the texture of the floor. So how they can create these things is important that we ask them to explore these ideas so that their presentation comes out to be a really good one instead of a boring one. So here we can see how nicely the student has been able to show different textures. Maybe these are common, maybe gift wrap papers only the student has bought, but how cleverly they have tried to incorporate it and try to write the scale on it. The dimensions have been made. So this is a very first semester students work and it is a good one. So we can ask them to do certain things to enhance their creativity. Now this is another, I have taken this example deliberately from my student only because you can see the line which is totally failing into this or total plan has been made with same line weight. You can't make out where's the boundary, what is the outer part of my house, how my house is going to look like, the floor, the furniture, the walls, the pavement blocks outside, the steps inside, furniture, everything of the same intensity. So this is a really bad example. We can actually show them such examples, the good and bad ones also, so that they are exposed to learnings, which the good ones they can adopt. This is again a proper line weight drawing. Again, this was a challenge to them to just chamfer some areas and try to create some good innovative design. So the furniture line weight, you can see the line weight of the boundary walls. So this is something sensible. This is again a kind of presentation the student has tried to show the elevation. This is their maybe the way of showing is the type of plaster the student has been using on the facade. So in the form of this circle, they try to, again, they are all handmade. So they try to show ki it's a textured plaster. The details they try to write inside this. Another bubble they try to make, and they try to show it here also. Some pots in the balcony, some greenery around, some trees and vegetation around. So these are things which they learn by seeing and by doing. This is again the materials they try to show which they have used into this facade, and also how the car has to be drawn. All these are manual aids which they need to learn. So the more they see, the more they are shown to them by us or on their own, even if they are exploring. So it's a very good thing in helping them out with coming out with brilliant presentations. Now, this is another sheet maybe of the site. Sometimes they do small blunders like here we can see in the view, and it's not properly made. So we can just check out these things and highlight or focus on their mistakes and maybe the good points. We are going to encourage them. This is also a sheet of the first year student only of Manage. So the student has tried to give views, freehand scribbled, they have tried to make sketches, and then you can see this is the living area, staircase is going, maybe they are highlighting the floor, the plants, the color scheme. This is the hand wash area. So by scribbling these, they are able to give a picture. Yes, this is how my probably the washroom is going to look like. This is going to be the shape of my mirror. I would like to give a big planter inside. All these things are just quick sketches which they need to be taught in their initial stage so that they become more expressive and they are able to convey their ideas to us. This is a bedroom, the view of the bedroom. So this is their washroom or toilet area. Maybe this is the dining area. So some color scheme has been shown into this. And so pendant lightings are hanging on top. Glazing, big glazing we can see. This is their maybe entry to the house. They have made the plane. So many times in the initial years, they really forget to draw the plane. They straight away make the door of the drawing room. So we have to keep patience with them. We need to teach them so many things which they need to learn being beginners or learners. So these are some efforts which we have to teach them and which they come out with. This is maybe a model. They purchase some plants and they try to show the night scene and certain things. This is maybe the student has tried to show the walls and the inside furniture. So this is a good work which they try to do. Certain students are laborious. Into this, the student has done an additional touch of placing these lights and wires. You can see they try to light this house also. So students are doing, you have to teach them. Right, so I would be following the exact time. So I would be concluding my today's presentation, and it is really important. I must say that presentation is very important to captivate the summary of our design project, and we need to enhance these skills in our students. In the beginning years, as I said, they do lack these skills. Later on, they become efficient third year onwards. But first 2 years, we have to work hard on them. We have to teach them how they should begin with their concept, how they should learn to scribble things and evolve at their designs, how they should communicate their designs, how they should present them. So right from the concept to the making of detailed drawings with proper renderings done into the drawings. So all these things we have to focus upon, and we should give an exposure to all these things. The good and bad things, both we have to try to show through them. Bad examples, they can see that they don't have to adopt these. Good examples, they obviously know, yes, this is a good idea. I must try to follow this in my design. So the importance of presentation, importance of concept, It becomes a professor's duty to teach them from the beginning stage. Right? So this is how I would like to conclude my lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think it was very, very visually appealing presentation to see. And ma'am, all those points which you have covered, which we take care while judging any sheet, like there has to be a proper indications of labels, there has to be a proper line weights, everything. Uh, I don't know, only I think, or there is something that I feel that consciously, when a lettering is not done proper, when a
Yeah.
student has not written architectural lettering properly, we feel that there is a end touch, something is really left.
Lacking. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I myself always concentrate why the lettering is not proper.
Yes.
Even if I'm teaching graphics or any other subjects, I feel very particular about on that.
Yes. Because they don't know exactly what font size to follow. If your sheet is this big, so how you should write. They normally just they are a bit lazy in the beginning. They don't want to. We teach them that you draw guidelines and a very faint guidelines. Into that you write your font with rigid, firm hands. You write your font and all, but sometimes they are not actually following it. It's so actually, I said, takes time to the beginners. But then it becomes really irritating for us to see such work of a few students. So we have to work hard for that also.
True. I think we can take questions if we have. Do we have any other questions here?
So that was mainly about the conceptual schemes, how you have to make your concept and how you have to present them. So we all are faculty here and we need to focus upon all. Any doubts, you are free to ask. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Urvashi. Any more questions?
Yeah,
It's a national holiday. Still, it's a great patience by you all to be attending our lectures.
I think we have questions, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Supriya ma'am. We are privileged to have you here as my batchmate as well.
Thank you, Shika. Good to see you.
Same here. I would like to ask you that how many times you ask students to repeat the sheet, redo if
We have to actually in the first year, if they are doing too bad work, certain students are actually doing. So we have to ask them. And certain students are actually ready to work also. They actually accept, ki, yes, ma'am, isko sudhar ke, we'll improve it and we'll bring it. But sometimes, some students don't have the IQ. But normally, NIT level, they are actually good students and they want to work. So bright students, though hardly 2-3 times, maybe they are going to give out good product. But so many times, weak students needs to be helped even more with a lot of patience.
okay, I am very much true.
Ma'am, I would like to ask one question.
Yeah. Thank
In
you,
the-
Mani.
In the assessment you do, see, finally, when students submit to you, probably you will have some breakup and some scheme of evaluation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you plan some marks? See for model these many marks. And for presentation, conceptual design development and presentation in that verbal presentation, graphic presentation. That way, is there some you work it out the breakup of some?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Total marks. Yeah.
We definitely work out that breakage because so many times you have a minor project, a major project, so how many marks this minor project is going to carry. how many marks for concept, how many marks for presentation. Plus, sometimes we also focus on if the student is coming regularly to the class. So we give them some weightage that way also. If the students are absent, if students are regular, sometimes their interaction, we try to see if the student is more interactive, the more number of times they are trying to show their design, they are working hard, if you can see. So we are going to give weightage. We actually try to give weightage to all these things. Because for a student, marks make a lot of difference. You people must have observed, if we give even 2 marks more to a friend of theirs,
they will
which they
inquire.
feel is not justified, they are going to come to you, yes, sir, ma'am,
They will ask.
why
They will
my marks were cut, why more marks given to him. So that
they
way
will
we have
inquire. Yeah,
justified. So
correct.
that we try to do.
Yeah. Anything else, madam, here?
Ma'am, I have a question. This is Supri Maheshwari here.
Yeah.
Ma'am, usually we have 5 to 6 stages when we have any design problem. And also as per our syllabus, like we have one major problem, one could be the time problem like that. So we usually follow the timelines when we
Yeah.
talk about project studio problems. So do you think that giving more time for the stage 1 will be better? Because sometimes what happens in the conceptual stage, students somehow bring very vague and superficial kind of sheets, and then they don't stick to that concept till the end of their design. So will it be more important, or will it help the students to develop a better design if we give much time, or maybe like if we are giving 2 weeks and we change it and give them 3 to 4 weeks for the conceptual stage at the beginning years, like I'm talking about the first year and second year students. So will it help them in any way?
Yes, definitely. Because as we talked in our previous lecture also, previous expert also focused, because conceptual stage is the initial stage and it actually takes time. Our students are new, they are coming from school, they are coming to college, they don't know what a concept is. So they are literally confused. Ma'am, what is a concept? How we make it? And once the concept is done, then it doesn't take a lot of time to materialize it into a proper design and then final the drawings. So concept, I think, as said, has to be given more time, particularly in the earlier phases when a student has entered this course.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
I think, do we have any other questions now? So we can conclude the session, ma'am.
Thanks a lot. Thanks to all of you for giving me the opportunity of presenting myself here. It was nice to connect with all of you. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to.
I'll close.
Yes.
Okay, so you can proceed to your next presentation.
It was
Thanks.
really, you have touched the parts, you have touched upon those areas which we really miss while teaching. We are basically concentrated more towards our content, I think. It's going to myself. Maybe.
Thank you. So I guess my next speaker also ready. Satyalakshmi ma'am is ready here.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. I know her personally.
Is it okay now?
I think yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is okay.
Just a few more words. Generally, yes, we also miss about this research aptitude, which you have really paid our attention that from the very UG level, we should develop them, inculcate this habit in the students so that they have a very sustainable design from the very beginning. They'll have an idea to how to research in various areas. So, very simply, we have touched. So, basic areas we really, really miss upon. And
Thank you.
examples which are really are quite helpful for us. you could know the managed students, they are, I mean, in the first year students, very good material use and model they have created. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shikha.
Thanks a lot for.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the models the students have completed, are they works of first semester students, second semester
No,
students?
it is a second semester. They had the problem of residence design. So they were asked to just use certain shapes other than the squares and rectangular ones. So they were models which they made on.
I see.
Not a part of workshop, but part of their design, residence design.
Was there any some prerequisite? Is it without any class or some guidance? Have some students done some interior model
Yeah.
exercises and presentations were well done? So did
Yeah.
they have some prerequisite or parallelly another type of model?
Actually, they used to come to the class, and some development of surfaces is also taught to them in some subject or the other. They learn the development of surfaces, so they know if they have to erect a roof. So how to a single sheet they are going to make cuts into it. Then gradually ask them to bring the model, the materials of the model into the class. So they are working in the class also. Because we have a lot of sort of hours for design subject given to them. This is a subject with maximum credits or points in any architecture college. So they come to the class, they work, they see each other's work, and they learn by doing.
Is it all paper board or any plastic sheet or thermocol foam board?
It is up to them. It is totally up to them. The materials you mentioned, they're using all. It's totally up to them what they need to use. We don't restrict them. You have to use only these two materials or whatever they feel more appropriate, through which they are able to show their textures or design in a better way. So they choose that way.
I see. Now, parallelly, were they having some subject of model making workshop in first semester or second semester? Parallelly, another subject, another type.
There is a subject called workshop. There is a subject called workshop to them. So they learn into that.
Is it in the same first semester?
Yeah. In the first semester.
Okay. There is some exposure and experience which they gain in that class.
Through that workshop subject also.
And they will apply in. I think these models are all exercises of design exercises in the design.
Yeah.
I understand.
Plus we have exhibitions also. There is an exhibition room we have at managed. So where the good works of their senior students are also displayed. So we make them take a round of how the seniors have worked upon the models. So they get ideas with respect to materials, the shapes, the neatness they see into that. So they learn from that also. Like the more we show, the more they learn. That is the idea.
When they are incomplete, would they take it home and complete, or everything?
Yeah, definitely.
Complete
because it is time consuming. They can't finish it off in the class. Then they do it from the hostels.
They take it home and continue.
Then they bring the final done.
Yeah. That's it, madam.
Okay.
Thank you for wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Both graphical presentation and communication skills you have touched upon. The different subjects, sketches, drawings, renderings, a wide range of presentations, mainly graphically and even in form of drawings in mainly in the core subject of architectural design. And it is I think for young teachers, it gives a good, they become more familiar. And I have explained with a lot of the description and your approach. And we are very thankful for your cooperation. And immediately you agreed upon my request and presented well. Thank you very much, Supriya ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think now we can start with the final and fifth presentation of the day. The session 5, theme of session 5 is 3Ds of graphics, which is Dare, Dimensions and Designs, presented by Satyalakshmi Naidu ma'am. She is a distinguished alma of Manet Bhopal. Her remarkable career showcases her dedication to sustainable development, climate-sensitive architecture, and innovative construction techniques. Her extensive expertises cover graphics constructions, climatology, advanced building services, and design. Over a span of 25 years, Ma'am has made a notable contribution to both academia and administrative roles. Her work recognition include Best Paper Presentation in 2009 at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi, in Annual Convention of Indian Building Congress, underscores her commitment to excellence. Professor Naidu involvement with ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, and initiative like Krishi Anusandhan Kendra, Gondia, through few of student-centric projects, reflect her passion for space exploration and community service, demonstrating a well-rounded commitment to the education, innovation, and societal progress. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Jagriti. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
A warm afternoon to one and all attending the call. Um, Please accept my greetings of Independence Day, as it is a special day, and it's definitely a good time to have such interaction with the fraternity. Let me take this opportunity to thank COA-TRC Bhopal, the Honorary Director, Dr. Navneet Munot sir. Of course, I want to thank Dr. Bhavne, principal of the host college. I am delighted to get in touch with the coordinators, in specific Professor K. Sridhar and my classmate and close friend Dr. Shikha Verma. Uh, it was such a nice experience to fix the problems and uh, make this presentation realize for me, as there were a few of the issues and challenges while I was trying to uh, present a session manually. So thank you, Professor Sridhar and Shikha, for helping me out to fix the issues and make this session realize. I am thankful to all the eminent speakers and everyone who is on board for this session, for attending uh, this session. Uh, I would like to share my screen now to begin with the PowerPoint. Please give me a while, as I have few video clips also attached to this. So it might take a little bit of time to open up the PowerPoint. Hope it is visible in full screen now.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Jagruti, will you please allow sharing of voice also from your side in the settings? Because for the video clips, the voice sharing should be allowed. Please check whether it is um, allowed or not in the
Okay,
settings.
I'll just check.
Or else let me do it from my side. Okay, I have done it. I have allowed the voice sharing also. Thank you. Thank you, Jagrati. So we are here to have a session on 3Ds of graphics. Just a moment, please. Yeah. For this presentation, I have set few aims, which could be like this presentation aims to encourage young teachers for frequent use of manual sketching as the teaching aid at specifically at foundation level. I mean to say that at first and second year level, at least, the students should be very enthusiastic to use to hold the pencil and to get ready to sketch. Graphics is introduced at foundation level, which is the skill development stage for students. Hence, manual sketching as a ready-to-use technique should be encouraged. This is what I believe. The aim is also to facilitate our teachers with some of good-to-go techniques of making freehand perspective views with minimal efforts. I am aiming at few objectives while I will be sharing this presentation with all the participants. The objectives are to understand the relevance and need of manual sketching techniques for teaching graphics, exploring key role of scale and proportion for 2D and 3D graphics, extending the knowledge base with upcoming techniques of making perspective views, for example, endpoint perspective, which is becoming very trendy nowadays, to understand significant role of plants, furniture, vehicle, and human figures, etc., as reference elements in a 3D view to gauge the scale of interiors and exterior space. With these objectives, we are here to go ahead with the session. This session specifically titling 3Ds of graphics. This revolves around three keywords like dare, dimension, and design. The first keyword dare will talk about the need of manual sketching without any hesitation. The second keyword, dimension, in this, we are going to see as to how the dimensioned drawing can be drawn proportionately and appropriately without actually measuring them with the help of the scale or even with the help of the digital aids. So we will be talking about 2D, 3D drawings, and this proportionate drawings would of course require a proper idea of scale and proportion. Then when we are talking about adding human figures, then how can we skip human proportions? So an understanding of human proportions is required for that. Reference elements in 3D views to gauge the scale of the building, just like these furniture, vehicle, human figures, and plants, etc. These can be termed as the reference elements. In the last stage of this, we will be exploring few of the options in terms of 3D views specifically. We to set the mood, we can just refresh ourselves with this parallel projections, and then comes the time of perspective views, in which we would be exploring as to how we can make freehand sketches of 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, likewise endpoint perspective. So with this outline, we are now set to go with the presentation. The presentation starts with 3Ds of graphics with the first key term as dare. Dare is to relate with the confident sketching. In short, it is about enriching our ability to sketch confidently on board. Students should get to see and catch the techniques of drawing step by step. The process of designing by any building has broadly two stages, as we all know. The stage one would be conceptualization, while the second stage includes the finalization of the drawings. So it is quite obvious that finalization of drawings or design has a choice between manual drafting and digital one. But when it comes to conceptualization stage, the need of manual sketching always remains as a basic tool during this stage. So hence, dare to sketch. So we should always encourage our students for freehand sketching, because that is always ready to use tool with us. We don't have to carry our laptops or gadgets or anything wherever we are going, and if any idea comes to our mind and we just want to express it, we just want to explain it to our teachers or to our friends that this is how I am thinking to go ahead with. You don't have to look for any gadget or anything like that. Directly, you can just on your notebook make some sketches, do some scribbling, and express your ideas, your initial ideas. So that was the idea behind uh, uh, talking about dare to sketch. Moving ahead with dimension, this is the parameter which includes the dimensioned drawings. So as the focus of the presentation is on proportionate sketches, we will try to explore only those options or those techniques wherein we can draw the proportionate drawings. So, however, just to go in a sequence, in a order, we can see as to what are the dimension drawings and what is the listing of those. So obviously these are orthographic projections, which include a set of drawings which are properly dimensioned, and they are accurate and true to the dimensions. But we are not exploring the dimension drawings in this particular demonstrative session. So let's take a look at the proportionate drawings, wherein we cannot draw even a small dot or a line without talking about scale and proportions. So when we talk about scale and proportion, although this is a design element which comes in the purview of subject design, but you see, since all these subjects are interrelated, sometimes it becomes very useful and essential to take a cross reference of the techniques of one subject or the principles of one subject, the information from one subject into the others. Like here, if we talk about the golden proportions, Fibonacci series, rule of thirds, or eight heads theory, things like that, all these are very closely related to scale and proportions. And these the idea of all these terms and terminology is in the purview of design. But when we are doing graphics, that is when we are trying to draw something, we have to take a cross reference of all these terms. So taking a cross reference from one subject to the other is probably something which we should keep in mind as we are teaching any subject. So on to the proportionate drawings now. As we can see, there are two boxes here. I'm talking about scale here. I'm talking about scale and proportion. So starting with scale, uh, a scale is simply when we compare the size of one object with the other object which is in the surroundings. So here, to uh, probably make it more understandable to the students, to the target audience, we can carry out an exercise like taking a box, in fact, two boxes of identical size, and then adding up surroundings to it. For example, we have two boxes. One box is this, the other box is this. So we can just start with the 3D of the box of then we can copy it, and then we can add the surroundings. So the moment we add surroundings to both the boxes in two different ways, like I have done here, to this particular block, I have added one tree, although in a very crude manner, few human figures and an arch. So the all these small additions that are done to this block, they totally change the human perception, our perception, and also we can now understand the scale. Now you can see the other block of the same size, which is placed on a table. So the moment we compare the same size of two blocks with the help of the reference objects, that is the surroundings, we start uh, uh, getting a perception as if this box is a small carton box which is placed on a huge table, whereas this block is a huge building, maybe an arch placed with an archway, huge archway. Why we get this feeling of the scale of a huge building? Only because we have now added a huge tree just next to it and few human figures. So what I'm trying to explain here is the human figure, elements like human figure and trees, these are always available to us in our surroundings as a ready reference to gauge the scale of any object, how tiny the object is or how big the object is, be it a building or a product or anything. So simply, scale is to compare one object, the size of one object with the other. When we see proportions as against scale, we get to know that proportion is all about comparing one side or one part of an object with the other part of the same object. Like here, I have taken few examples to make it understandable. Like suppose we ask the students to draw a pencil, then how they would draw a pencil, like this or like this? They would obviously draw a pencil like this, which is a long and slender object. So this is unknowingly they have done, because sort of a proportion of the object is set in their minds, but they can't explain it technically if we ask them the difference between the scale and proportion. So this is how we can make them understand, because whenever we draw any building or whenever we sketch any object, we need to have an understanding of proportions. So here, if we see the sketch of this pencil, the comparison of one dimension of the pencil, that is the diameter of the pencil, with the length of it. This establishes the ratio between the diameter of the pencil to the length of the pencil, which is less as compared to the other case, wherein we can see probably the more appropriate sketch of a pencil. So this is where we come to know that how the proportions play a very important role. If the particular object or the drawing is not proportionate, then obviously we can catch that there is some mistake over here. Maybe we won't be able to identify in a very technical manner, but we can say that no, this is not a proper sketch of a pencil. This is okay. So why we are able to identify such things very confidently? Because of the proportionate drawing. So the relation of one part of an object with the other part plays a vital role over here. And this is the proportion only which most of the times specifies the looks of the object. Like, for example, if you want to create a 3D space, which is a rectangular block, uh, in fact, a cuboidal block. So this, if we say cuboidal, the block could be something like this. But if the same block is stretched from the length of it, this becomes an oblong block. So oblong is a term which can be used for defining the shape or the form of the object. Similarly, we can take example of a human figure. the average human height for Indian scenario is 1.5 meters. So we can say that we can see that we have drawn two figures over here. One human body is a stout one. The other human body looks more proportionate and more balanced. This is only because the ratio of the height to the width of the body in this particular case is not something which we can call as a balanced human figure, that is body mass index. So here also we are naturally talking about the proportions, and this is the belly part which is extra wide over here, due to which we are calling this man as a stout man, whereas this man is probably a tall, dark and handsome man, which is in front of the figure which is in front of us. But the human perception changes with the change in proportions. This is what we need to understand. Since we have talked of human figures now, so also I'm talking about adding human figures to the 3D views. So it's very relevant that I'm sorry, just because of the video clips, the PowerPoint is getting a bit heavier and troubling me in terms of smooth operations. I apologize for that. We can go ahead with this, the human proportions. So human proportions here could be understood by some thumb of rule, like 8 heads theory, golden proportion. We have also heard of Vitruvian man. In fact, we are all very much familiar with all these things, all these terms: Vitruvian man, modular man, or Corbusier man, since the modular man was developed by Le Corbusier, the master architect. We can also call modular man as Corbusier man. Then we have also teaching anthropometry in the foundation level to the students. So as we are teaching all these things in design, anthropometry is something which is specifically taught in graphics, if I'm not wrong. So this anthropometry as a subject, or ergonomics as a subject, is very closely related to the human proportions. So why not to explore all these human proportions and refresh our knowledge? So as per 8 heads theory, a typical human body is divided into 8 parts, where one such part is the head, the length of the head. And as per the rule of thumb, the total length of the body is 8 times of it. And the same ratio stands as 1:5 for a small child, maybe. And for a cartoon character, this ratio is taken as 1:4. And in the field of fashion industry, the same ratio is taken as 1:9. Head to total height of the ratio is taken as 1:9 for the fashion industry. In fact, the rule of thumb has been taken from the fashion industry only, where they have the more frequent use of the human figures and for their apparel design and all those things. In this same slide, we are also able to see the Vitruvian man, a sketch of Vitruvian man and modular man been incorporated here. This talks about the golden proportion. The golden proportion is 1:1.618. And we will be able to see as to what is the connection of golden proportion with the human body in the next slide to come. So friends, let's make a human figure using 8 heads theory, for which we need to make a grid of 8x4 first. So we can measure 8 divisions vertically. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Because we have to make a grid of 4x8 for making this human figure based on 8 heads theory. So here we go with making of grid. This has to be approximately a square blocks, because we are not measuring anything, everything is based on approximation. So individual unit has to be a square here. Thus we get a grid of 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks to 8 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now this grid is ready for us, on which we can draw the human figure based on the theory. So the exactly symmetrical, the middle line, from here we will begin with a head. The second block, these 2 blocks, here we can divide it into 3 parts. The blocks could be divided into 3 parts. Joining these 2 coordinates, we get a point where we have to take our line to make a shoulder. The next measurement has to be on 3rd line, which gives the waist. So let's join it like this to get the waist. On the 4th line again, we have to divide it into 3 parts, so that the waistline, from the waistline, the lines can be further extended up to hip line. On the 6th line, again dividing it into 3 parts, we can extend the hip line up to the knee position. After this, the last block could be further divided into 2 parts, 2 equal parts. This lower portion will be left for making a feet, and here we get these points when we extend it further. From this position, we can draw the feet. So approximately, the human body has now been drawn, fitting into this grid of 8 heads theory. Now we can add hands to it. The elbow can approximately extend up to 3rd line. Has the video paused?
Yes, ma'am. The video is paused, ma'am.
Okay, let me just play.
Yeah.
And in no case the fingers should cross the fifth line. This we should keep in mind. So up to fifth line, the fingers can go. Not more than that. Similarly, we can draw the other hand to get a posture. Maybe we can bend it like this, and the figure is ready. This point here is the navel, and as we measure, considering the standard dimensions, if they take it as 1, this height, we take it as 1, the remaining height from navel to the feet is going to be 1.618 as per the standard measurements. So thus, this ratio of 1:1.618 gives us a golden proportion. So this was a small video clip just to help the fraternity to demonstrate that this is how we can directly draw the sketches on board and help our students understanding the things in a better manner. And also the intention here is to encourage them more and more for sketching. So going ahead with the next slide, after human proportions, we can now see as to what are the reference objects which we can take into consideration to make our drawing complete in every sense. And in a way, we can also understand the scale of the project or the object. I mean, the size of the object. So these are those reference objects like some trees, which you can see uh, uh, forming an avenue, adding some vehicles, human figures, and things like this can make the scene more meaningful and complete in itself. Simply when we create views, the building itself is just the core of it, but of course not complete. It will be complete only if we add all these features to it, because in that case it will make a better sense and it will be more meaningful. So while we add the human figures into our 3D views, we need to take care of few things. Like in this particular illustration, I have drawn an eye level, and if you are going to draw a 1-point perspective, keeping this as vanishing point, then if there are 3 figures or even more than that human figures to be added, one thing which is common over here, which you can notice, is the head position. The human figure which is here is having a head position lying on the eye level. The next figure, which is slightly behind, reduced in size, has the eye level here. And as you can see, this vanishing point, this line vanishes over here. So these two lines, within these two lines, we can draw as many human figures as we want, and this gives us an appearance or a vision as if the other figures which are smaller are quite far away. They are distantly placed. Similarly, whenever we are making a 2-point perspective, Then also within the limit of the two vanishing points, we can draw the human figures, something like this. Also, when we are adding figures, we don't need to be very refined in terms of making the eyes, nose, and expressions, etc. Here with this particular example, I hope all of you will agree with me that this particular figure portrays a guy, a funky guy with those curly hair and the outfits, etc. So all that this much is enough for us to convey our ideas. So this comes with practice. It's a railway platform where the train is uh, standing, and there are a lot of people roaming here and there on the platform with their luggage and everything. Believe me, it takes nothing but just a moment maybe to draw such scenes and make it more sensible. Like we can add such human figures which in a way completes any scene and make it makes it live, we can say so. So this is how uh, I think we should encourage our students also to go on with the freehand sketches and go on with such elements at the initial stage. So after having seen the importance of scale, proportions, and the proportions of a typical human figure, we are now set to go with the 3D graphics. Again, to just have a comparison between 2D graphics and 3D graphics, I have just prepared a small precise table, but then we are going to focus upon 3D graphics only. So let's go ahead with the 3D graphics. And just to set a background, although all of us are quite very well aware that the very basics of 3D graphics begin with the isometric views, axonometric views, and oblique views, etc. So this is just a compilation of all those things, nothing specific with this. Oblique views have got two types as cavalier views and cabinet view. I'm sure all of you must be aware. This is just to brush up. The difference between oblique and cavalier and cabinet view is, in case of cavalier view, the depth, whatever depth we take, that is just half in case of cabinet view. For example, if here for same block or same object we are preparing an oblique view and with cavalier projection and cabinet projection, then in case of cavalier the depth is going to be double of whatever we take in case of cabinet. So we can say that ratio between cavalier and cabinet projection in case of depth will remain as 2:1. If you allow, we'll play a small clip of classroom demo.
Which would be called as an axis, and the other line would travel in a circular path. So when it would travel in a circular path, it will be called as revolution, right? So it begins from one point and it completes one revolution in 360 degrees. That is traveling the circumference of the circle, right? So that makes a cylinder. Similarly, if you take the same circle and put the foot of the line on the circumference of the circle and top of this line touching with the axis. Now try with the revolution. What do you get? you get a cone.
That's all. It was just a ultra small clip, just to show a demonstration that how we can explain the children about solids of revolution and the 3D, different 3D solids. Let's go ahead with the perspective projection. After the parallel projections, perspective projection is something which actually portrays and allows us to see the object as per the human perception. So to start with the perspective projections, I'm not going into those technical terms and all the very basics of it. Only one thing which I felt would be meaningful here to mention before we take a look of all the different types of perspective. I have incorporated that in this particular slide. So as you can see, three sketches wherein we can very well compare all the three in terms of positioning of the uh, picture plane. This vertical plane here is the picture plane, and there are three relative positions of the picture plane. In this particular case, this is the object and this is the observer. Between these two, the picture plane is placed. So when the observer is observing this object and the picture plane is ahead of the object would be reduced in size in case of a perspective view. The second case is when the object lies on picture plane itself. So this is a typical case when there will be no change in the size of the object if the object lies exactly on the picture plane. The third case is when the object is placed before the picture plane and the perspective will be available only if we project the object in a perspective manner onto the picture plane. So this is the case where we get an enlarged image of the object. Hope this is understandable to everyone. The same thing is shown technically and conventionally through the drawings. This can be imagined as a random plan on which the picture plane is drawn. This line indicates the picture plane since we are viewing everything in plan from the top over here. So what I just want to convey through this graphics is that if you consider three different positions like point one, I hope you can figure out where the point one is lying. The pink colored dots, point one lies behind the picture plane, whereas point two and five lies on the picture plane. This is 2 and 5 lies on the picture plane. Point 3 and 4 are in front of the picture plane, and this is the observer's position. So why we get the size of the image either enlarged or same size or diminished? This is because we are technically trying to vanish all the points and converge all the points to the observer point. So point one, therefore, will be projected onto this location. And just like in this particular case, we will get the diminished height of that position. Wherever the point one is lying, over there, the height would be projected onto the picture plane over here. And the height would be actually diminished because the point lies behind the picture plane. For point 2 and 5, you can relate it with this particular illustration where point 2 and 5, they are lying exactly on the picture plane. So therefore, over here, if you measure the height of the building in the perspective also, this will remain as it is to the accurate dimensions, as you can see over here. There won't be any change in the location positioning of object and image is on the same place because the picture plane and the object position is same. The third case is point 3 and 4, which is in front of the picture plane. So this is the case which could be related. Here, point 3 and 4, when these will be projected behind the picture plane, you will get an enlarged view of the object. And if it is the case of height of the building, the height would be definitely increased, because you are projecting a small object between a cone of vision and you are getting a larger one with all the dimensions naturally enlarged. So this is how we can get an idea about the perspective projections, the technicalities of the perspective projections. Let's move ahead with the various types of perspectives. This is a slide containing very crude sketches of one-point perspective, wherein we are trying to draw some geometrical figures like cylinders, some blocks, and a man sitting on a bench, maybe a pavement area, and a hut with a rural setup where a man is standing, the lady is sitting a rural doing the rural chores with a cot and all those things. So the idea here is to convey that the graphics, the 1-point perspective, be it 1 point, 2 point, or any type of perspective, could be made more meaningful by adding the scene to it in terms of, the human figures. And also we can give it a touch, like whether it is an urban setup or a rural setup, or a market area, or a cityscape, or maybe a natural scene. Everything is possible to be portrayed. Just all you need is dare to sketch and convert your ideas onto the paper. This is a similar type of scribbling, wherein a small blank wall vanished to 1 point, could be given with a texture so as to give it a look of an abandoned structure maybe. And this block here, what you can see, if we add few such lines here, as you can see, not even a shape of the human figure is quite significantly visible. Just few lines like this, like this, like this, like this. Like when there are number of people roaming around, we don't even have to do a lot of detailing to the human figure in terms of adding, some outfits to it or anything like that. Even this is not required. Just you need to go on with the scribbling like this, and at a glance it would appear as if it is a huge block, maybe a complex or something. In front of it, lot many people are roaming around with the trees vanishing up to one extent where the vanishing point is. Something like that could be done. So this is probably a very handy idea to convert your innovative things that are going in mind immediately onto the paper. All that you need to do is dare to sketch. This is a sketch extracted from my live classroom, wherein I am trying to draw a 1-point perspective showing up an assembly hall for a school, which was asked in JWBR paper in the from the previous year question papers. So this 1-point perspective is the perspective of the interiors of the hall, where I was trying to tell them that the size of the room is 4 meters. This is 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, and 4 meter, like that. Whereas the width of the room is 5 meter. So everything is based on approximation, but you need to take care of proportions. So here the unit is this much of the length sets all the drawing onto the proportion. I have taken this as the basic unit, and in multiples of that I have drawn a line which is the picture plane. This frame here, this frame here of this room or the hall is the picture plane with 4 meters as height and 5 meters as the width of it. Now we have started with the human figures, adding the human figures, those who are witnessing the conference, the assembly of the school, the stage. Now the basic, from where we can start, that how we should start with the human figure is this 1 meter of height. If this is 1 meter of height, as we know, average height of a Indian is taken as 1.5 meters. So this is going to be 1.5 meters. And somewhere between 1 to 1.5 meters, we can take probably the height of a student who is standing close to the picture plane or on the picture plane. So the object which is on the picture plane, as I mentioned earlier, will be true to its size. So here we can get one reference object as a benchmark. Now transferring that size onto all the other points, we can get the sizes. So if I vanish the true size of this boy, this is taken from here. So if I vanish this over here, I get the size of the human figure at various levels like this. So similarly, the stage where these people are standing, the size of these people is being transferred from this level to that level, which is indicating as if the stage or the dais is distantly placed, and the observer, that is the person who is making this, is standing behind all the crowd and viewing the event happening. So this is how we can probably guide our students to draw such things while doing interiors. Let me tell you that 1 point perspective, although it is equally suitable for outdoors, but when it comes to detailing out the indoors, the 1 point perspective probably is the most appropriate choice. Moving ahead with 2 point perspective. Just in short, all that we need to distinguish here is the positioning of the object. This is the horizon line here, and we should just tell this very firmly to the students that horizon line and vanishing points will always be located on the same line. It is not possible that horizon line is somewhere else and vanishing points are taken at other location. This will be applicable only in case of 2 point perspective. So you will notice that the object which is above the horizon line, for that we can see the bottom of it only because this horizon line indicates the eye level. This is the eye level. So any object which is placed above the eye level, we can see the soffit of it, we can see the bottom of it. The object which is partly above eye level and partly below, we can't even see the top or the bottom of it. So this would look something like this. And in this case, obviously, now it must be very evident from the picture that we can see the terrace. So we can easily make it out that maybe we are taking a picture, or we are viewing this particular block situated somewhere very much higher on maybe a tall building, some 10th floor or 15th floor of a tall building. We are standing there, and from there we are taking a view of this particular area. So that is the reason why all the human figures, they look very tiny, with the parking lot of so many two-wheelers parked over here. Here also, no specific effort is required. You just go on doodling it like this, and this will indicate as if a lot of two-wheelers are parked over here, right? And this overlapping of the trees is a good practice to indicate that the things are going far away from the viewer's position. So we can overlap the trees to show that the distant objects are the objects which are further getting closely overlapped, and also they are getting diminished. So we can also apply a technique of coloring those objects which are nearby, can be colored with bold and darker um, uh, shades of it, while the other objects which are placed distantly can be slightly faded. Going ahead with the next one, which is 3-point perspective. Uh, you can see that 3 vanishing points are there for all the 3 typical options. The condition is fixed here. One object which is just lying on the horizon plane or horizon line and goes above it. So this is also termed as worm's eye view, because this is a situation just like when you are standing in front of a very tall building and trying to take a look at it. Then it would look something like this. This is the case where partly the building is going above and below the horizon line, or we can say the eye level. This sets the eye level basically. The horizon line is nothing but the eye level. So you just go on shifting the eye level, this line, you will get the various pictures with various different visual effects. So this is the condition where the top is visible. So definitely the eye level is higher than the building. एक छोटी building है, उसको हम ऊपर से कहीं से देख रहे हैं. All the 3 blocks are been added with few more shapes around, and also features like elements like the human figures and all these things, as you can see. So this makes it complete as a building, and also helps in understanding the scale of the building. Probably you can also notice one thing, that the human figures are also vanishing in size. They are reducing in size as you move towards this position, from this position. So this is something which we should keep in mind. In fact, I mean, let me see if I can do it spontaneously. See here, this lady, she is of a standard height, and when you vanish, first you make this human figure and just vanish it onto one of the vanishing points, then you can go on adding the human figures. The human figures which would come up here further will be smaller in scale, and smaller they are in size, lesser efforts you have to take, because then you don't have to show the details as in terms of hands, legs, or so. You just have to go on scribbling and doodling to just make it representative that so many people are moving around, something like that. So this is something which we can observe here. And from this particular block, as you can see, these are the floor plates, indicating the floor plates which are above the horizon line, which means above the eye level. We are able to see the roof of those roof slab of those floor plates, and the floor plates which are below, for them we are able to see the floor of those plates. So this is something which is although very obvious, but again, from a student's point of view, we need to explain such small things to them, that how changing the position of eye level and the horizon plane will bring about a change in terms of the detailings that we do inside the building or outside the building. So with the same intention, these blocks have been added here, and to this example also. Over here, there is a cylinder which is placed behind these two blocks. And sometimes, we should deliberately make some mistakes also as we are interacting with the students and trying to teach them. This is specifically to um, make them remain attentive in the class. So similarly, I beg your pardon, but may I ask you a question that can you please identify, it is to the participants, can you please identify if there is any mistake in this particular figure based upon the slides that we have just
Yes.
gone through?
Yes, I can. If I can see that the top
Please.
surface of this cylindrical won't be visible.
Definitely. Thank you. This is a mistake over here. In fact, we can also rectify it without even changing the shape. All you can do is just add shading and try to hide this black line, and to merge with, because already orange color is there. So orange and red are analogous. They belong to the family of warm colors. So they go along pretty well with each other. I'm just trying to merge the red color with the orange. Now the figure is okay, because clearly it doesn't appear as if the top is visible. So this is just like hiding your mistakes. In case you have done any mistake and it is not replaceable, then try to first of all cover it up. Okay, this is also one of the tricks which we can share with our students as we are teaching them the skills. So sorry. Measure the equal distance approximately on all four sides to indicate we. Please bear with me, guys. I'm afraid it is just because of the heavy graphics, and not the graphics, still pictures, but the videos that I have tried to clip with the presentation. I'm facing with these problems. Please bear with me.
Try replaying it once again.
Just a moment. Let me just go back and start with the presentation. I will go to the requisite slide as soon as the things are fixed. I apologize for inconvenience. Yeah. So after 2-point perspective, we are on to after 2 and 3-point perspective, we are on to n-point perspective. When we say n-point perspective, it is the perspective drawing with 4 points, 5 points, 6 points, 7 points. Beyond that, at least it is not into my knowledge that the number of points could be increased. However, in a bracket, we can call the perspectives, such perspectives as endpoint perspective. So this is a small example of 4-point perspective, an illustration of that. And I have also tried to demonstrate the same with the help of a video. Measure the equal distance approximately on all 4 sides to indicate VP1, VP2, VP3, and likewise vanishing point 4. So with the help of 4 vanishing points, we are going to draw a perspective which will mostly portray a scene from maybe a cityscape, like high-rise group of high-rise buildings. For this, we have to draw something like drawing the longitudes on a globe. The division on this line should be such that the gap between the points will gradually decrease as we go towards the vanishing points. This gap between the points is more here at the center, and it will decrease on either sides. Now with the help, do the same thing. These arcs are just like longitudes on a globe. We have used these 2 vanishing points to draw the arcs. Now, using these 2 vanishing points, we are going to draw the radial lines. In this also, we have to keep this in mind, that the gap between these these adjacent points would be gradually decreasing as we go away from the equator or the baseline. Now let's draw the radial lines which are passing through these demarcated points like this. The same thing could also be done using the graphic pad as we are teaching online, but the graphic pad has certain limitations in a way that we don't get a base on which we can place our hand like this and go on with the lines as we are able to do in case of this white. With the podium, this line is going to vanish on the other side. So this lower block is attached to the upper part of the building. The lower can be treated as a podium, and this is the main tower which is extending after that. So this way we have added 2 blocks. Let's see if we can add few more blocks like this. Maybe this, which will definitely have the vanishing point over here. From this, we can vanish it this side. So this is going to have a steep line like this, because for this the vanishing point is quite low. So this line will bend in this fashion and will have a steep line. One more block added to this. At the center also, we can probably add few blocks. This block may appear like this. So this way we have added some blocks to look like skyscrapers or high-rise structures. Now we can add some trees. Like this, which will now define the scale of these blocks. Just after adding these trees, we can now have an idea of scale of the block. Here we can add at podium level, maybe the roof garden or terrace garden like that. And in the foreground,
என்ன போக போக குட்டி பையனாவே ஆயிட்டு போறா.
approach road can be drawn like this. And this portion can be cleared so as to avoid clutter. Even the foreground, if we can erase few of the lines, the blocks are better focused upon. These lines can help in distinguishing between the
Satyalakshma.
front facade of the building with that of the side face of the wall.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, Jagriti, you are audible.
Satyalakshmi ma'am, can we, I think we are falling short of time. If we can conclude the session.
I think. Satyalakshmi ma'am?
The basic structure is ready. Now we are working upon the rendering part of it. As you can see, to avoid clutter, we can clear
Satya
some
ma'am?
of the surfaces.
Are we audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. It will hardly take 1 minute for me to conclude this.
Okay, madam. Complete it. Yes.
Yes.
We are running short of time.
Measure the
Yes,
I do understand. I do understand. On all four, let me floor plates. Let me just
I have seen.
take you to the last lap of the video. Add few more trees here as well.
इसके बाद कोई और सेशन नहीं है ना, 5 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा भी होगा तो कोई बात नहीं सर.
Yeah.
I have attended lectures ऐसा नहीं है कि 4-5
Exactly 4 नहीं तो 4-5-4-10 last session. Extend, but you should
Yeah,
keep telling her.
yes.
Keep telling her, then only.
I think the video is over now. We can just take a look at the last couple of slides. This is how I have tried to draw a few more sketches, although these sketches are even more rough as compared to the one which I have shown through my classroom lecture. This is because I have tried to draw these sketches with the help of the graphic pad. So simultaneously we can use both the tools for teaching purpose. And likewise, this is one more such example. Again, we can, to maintain the attentiveness of the students, ask them probably few such questions, like showing this particular type of an example and asking them to identify the mistake. The mistake is same, that if the vanishing point lies over here on this line, then it's not possible to see the roof of the buildings. I think that's the last slide of this presentation. And this 4-point or endpoint perspective views are drawn from the scientific information that a fisheye would provide this kind of perspective because of the wider angle vision that it has. So I think after the 3D views and the reference elements and exploring the ideas of how we can quickly draw the sketches, this is something which we can think about, and with this we can conclude the session. I mean, the session is over from my side and open for you all for the discussions and the queries, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think if we teach, if we take these 3Ds in graphics and then teach in this way using 8-head theory, 3 and 4-point perspectives explained by you, then there will definitely be some interest from the students also to do the manual sketching. We can expect from them. It was a very insightful session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Uh, can we take some questions from the participants?
I would be happy to interact.
Do we have any questions here? Ma'am, I have a question like how you explained.
Thank you, Jyoti ji.
You have explained about 8-head theories, and so how, where do we can refer such theories and use them in teaching?
You see, we have everything on our fingertips. All that we need to do is just that smart gadget that we have in our hand. Open it up and you can see n number of such videos. Even for endpoint perspective, a lot of people are doing it nowadays. All that we need to do is just try it on your own and then demonstrate it for the students.
Thank you. Thank you.
This theory is very commonly available everywhere in the domain.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Jagriti, can I ask?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
you have demonstrated very good sketching ability. All that 4-point perspective and even that forehead, the proportions. You have been demonstrating that another one interior perspective of that auditorium. Say, would you take? See, you will be taking some time to demonstrate it on the board for students. And what type of submissions are you? Are you also asking students to do sketches, or is it only final drawing? What type of submissions you expect, and you ask students to submit to you for assessment of marks or even whatever? Do you also ask students to do sketching? See, you have been doing demonstrating, but are you asking and getting sketches done by students, and what kind of experience? Do students find it easy or find it difficult? Do they try or don't try? I would like to hear from you.
See, as we can notice nowadays, the temperament of the students, they are obviously reluctant in terms of, going into the drawings with a proper process, step-by-step process, I mean to say. If we say them that just come up with the conceptual drawings and the initial stages of it, we will hardly find them turning up with the concrete amount of work with their hands. But then we need to keep on encouraging them, and for that we sometimes set some guidelines, like with the final submission it will be essential for you guys to attach all the preliminary level sketches and even the rough sketches, because even those will be part of your final evaluation system. For example, if 100 marks are there for a particular portfolio, then we would tell them that 40 marks will be for the process of it. That is, your attendance will be counted, and the studio to studio work and the progress that you show for every studio, the marks are assigned sometimes, so that they don't take the studios for granted, and they will start skipping the classes, something like that they keep on doing. So to in order to, like, uh, make it compulsory for them to attend the studio, sometimes this kind of experimentation we used to do, that the weightage will be more to the studio step-by-step process you follow. The final portfolio will have 50% weightage, and the 50% marks will be for the evolutionary stage that you perform step by step, which will obviously include the attendance. So this is how probably we can encourage them to give proper attendance in the studio and show the progress of the work. Otherwise, nowadays the uh, copying is very easy. I mean, we can take reference, we can take the drawings from anywhere, we can take the ideas from anywhere and directly come with the final portfolio.
Yeah, that's true.
They can come up with the final portfolio. How it is possible for us to actually figure it out whether it is their bona fide work or not?
Correct.
So
So
that becomes
that's what,
very difficult.
allotting some marks and attendance and check their progress in class hours, it is we have to monitor our students doing or any kind of malpractice. Such things, if you ensure, then we can get some qualitative work. And students, I notice reluctant to do this manual work. Anything with computers and software, very quickly they do, or scan it and take photographs. But the way you are demonstrating, very, very highly appreciable skills you have demonstrated. And see, students should also try, have some determination and try. See, they may not, they find it difficult, but doesn't matter, they should make an attempt. That's what I keep lay emphasis for students in my classrooms. But madam, another thing I would like to ask you is that you take only graphics, or do you see maybe now tuitions are classes in private tutorials, or earlier when you were heading in the school, or are you going as visiting, or taking classes to the students there in the college in your earlier, wherever you are serving? Were you only the graphics teacher, or were you also the design teacher? Say architectural design or other building construction, or design and graphics, or only graphics? I would like to know and get to know. See, how does it help? Or do you ask, say, students also to draw, or your design teachers in your institute, say the design teachers are teaching architectural design, do they also ask students to say, having learned perspectives and graphics in your subject or any other graphics teachers, would they also try in their architectural design studios? Can you throw some light on it?
Yes, apart from graphics, I have my interest in climatology. I have been teaching advanced building services and, of course, design at various levels. So these are my subjects which I had been taking. Currently, although I'm not going to college, I have quit my job and I have started with my own venture, wherein I am taking the classes for architectural entrance exams. And there, of course, I follow all these techniques which I have just demonstrated. But otherwise, also in college, all these techniques we were been following, and we by the thankfully we had a very good conducive environment over there, where even the junior teachers, they were very enthusiastic about learning all these skills, and then further um, uh, transferring all those skills to the students.
Ma'am, I think we have a question in the chat box from Himali
Yes,
that,
yes.
ma'am, it is required to explain or complete the anthropography study before explaining eight head theory.
You see, the anthropology is a domain which talks about the human dimensions, and along with that, the interior objects like the furniture, the various heights, and all those heights, whether they are reachable to the human being, how much is the space required if you stretch your hands. All those things are included in anthropology. So anthropology is just a vast subject, and eight heads theory can be just a part of it. So you can say that you can start with eight heads theory, and then you can tell them to draw various other the postures and all those drawings, wherein the students can understand that this much is the height required for reaching up to the top of the rack, or when you kneel down, how much is the space required. All those things we can teach by asking them to draw various human figures.
Madam, I too have one answer.
Thank you.
Can I add answer and extend your answering?
Surely, sir. Please,
to
please go on.
Himali. See, in many colleges, in the different parts of the country, we have this subject, maybe if not in first semester or second semester, in design teachers, in design studios, there is one of the chapter deals with anthropometrics. So anthropometrics is the one chapter and some set of exercises, and many times students are asked to draw human figures in different types of exercises, full size and in different postures, and study the height and the proportions in modules and multiples of some squares. So anthropometrics is one subject. Anthropology and anthropometrics so deals with the dimensions, human dimensions, and those we have to relate and connect it to the the when we design anything. The simplest, and like ma'am has told you, the furniture, and various heights, and in designing circulation spaces width. So where the human interaction, human movement, human circulation, and various activities of human on the counter, in the retail spaces, or in the designing of some room design. So human dimensions in different activities, different postures are to be well understood. And there are exercises, so where the anthropometrics are all well considered, and that 8-head theory is quite appropriate in understanding the basics of anthropometrics. Anthropometrics is derived from maybe that one of that theory, eight-head theory, and it is quite appropriate, and that subject is there, or maybe in one form of one chapter in the architectural design, and quite likely in first or second semester. I think this gives some it answers your question to Himali. I think Himali had asked this question. Yeah, that's it from my side. Yeah.
Ma'am, thank you.
Yeah, Himalaya, is that my answer? Extended answer after.
Yes. It is very insightful, sir.
Did it
So
serve
thank
the
you so much.
answer? Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I think we have come to the end of the session. So I would like to thank all the eminent speakers and participants to join. Thank you for your time. And maybe in the end,
1 minute.
yes, ma'am. Can we just, yes. Can we in the end please have your cameras on, and can we just have a group pictures?
Yes, Jagriti, I would like to thank for putting original drawings, videos, and demonstrating the live session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It will be a great value addition to all the teaching faculties, and
My pleasure.
able to include in our teaching community. Thank you so much accepting our invitation and coming.
Ma'am, superb skills of sketching. We have demonstrated that too online, and say live demonstration you have tried, and you too have dared with in the subject. You were dare to do sketches in the limited time of say 1 hour. You dare to do live demonstrations. It is highly appreciable and highly commendable. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution, and enlightened the participants. So not only the theoretical part, even in the skills you have.
Since college times,
The
she
skills,
was there.
and it proves that you are retired means 20 minimum 25-30 years of experience. It just it's proven, it got proven in that in your presentation of 1 hour. You have proven that you have more than 3 decades of experience. Thank you so much, madam, for your valuable contribution and cooperation, and immediately agreed for our to be the expert. Once again, I'll thank on behalf of RV College with all my coordinators, behalf of coordinators and the RVCA. Once again, I thank you for your valuable contribution.
Thank you. Have a good time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'll just
Thank you,
take
everyone.
one picture. Just 1 minute. I'll take the picture. Yes, ready? 1 minute. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Shikha.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Satya. No, it was. Thanks, Satya and Supriya and all the participants,
All the
experts.
all the 3 experts, Aditya Singaraju, Supriya ma'am, and Satyalakshmi ma'am. Thank you for your and joining the link and given presentations. And wish to see you again on some other platform. Yeah, that's it. So,
Surely.
Jagriti, are we concluding? Any concluding remarks you have, Jagriti?
Yeah, she
She has already.
closing the session. Yeah.
Yeah.
So tomorrow again, at 12:45, we'll be logging. Okay,
But to participants, you want to say?
yeah, yeah.
To participants,
Yes.
huh? Yeah.
Just communicate.
See, I would like to just, give a reference of tomorrow's program to all the participants and even